bro.
Riders, what up, 9?
What up,
Hey,
Rick?
Racheal, you going to spit some bars tonight?
Reincarnated. I'm a stop it. Oh, I thought you was about to
There
spit
we
this
go.
time.
There we go. I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed that night when Racheal was spitting bars. That was some fucking sick shit.
Yo, can you hear me now?
A little bit.
Yeah, you're a little down. Let me see if I can turn you up.
I think it's probably. Hold on, I think I have to go over here. Is
Oh,
these
I got
gaming
you.
mics? I mean, these gaming headphones. Let's see.
Say something now. I turned you up to 200.
Dang. Can you hear
Don't
me?
want to be.
Do I sound better? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Or was that
That's
commercial?
Yeah, there's some background noise, but Craig Durbin in the chat is fucking spitting facts. Just saying. Shout out to Craig Durbin. Sorry, Racheal, I didn't mean to be rude.
Oh no, you good.
She ready to raise hand. Yeah. I can agree with Craig too, because you just look at like history. I listen like to my dad, and my dad didn't get that love and affection from his dad, but he gave it to me. So understanding how a man can love and nurture a kid, I think we do it differently. It's
Yeah,
gonna be
true.
done differently because we ain't women, but that don't mean we have to. Back in the 60s and 70s, a lot of those men didn't get the love and affect. Dad just brought the money in and ate and went
Yeah,
back to work. They didn't really get that interaction. So I think that's definitely important.
Dr. Warren Farrell once pointed out that in the modern age, a man's forced to show his love by going away to work, right? Like it's bro. I had times as a young husband when I was like I was 23. I had 3 children, married, all that. Going off to my factory job, and there were days I was driving away, and my wife and my 3 children are crying on the front porch to say goodbye to me, and I'm thinking everything in my heart says just stay home and look after them, but I had to go to work. That's the man's. That's the man. We show our love. Well, I'll tell you my favorite study in psychology. It was how men and women teach their children to swim. The mother gets behind the child. The mother gets in front of the child and says, "Swim towards me." The father gets behind the child and says, "Go on, swim out there. I've got your back." I think that sums up. But in the modern era, the female approach gets much more credit than the male approach.
And even that, like I was having a conversation with my dad, and I said, you know what? I realized that I'm gonna be the bad guy, because I love my kids so much, and I know how important it is to have discipline and structure in life,
Yeah.
and I'm the one who has to instill it. So I'm gonna be the bad guy, and I'm okay with that role. Mom is to be the fun one, the happy, the one you just. But I'm gonna be the one who laid out a hammer. But that's me showing love too, because when I discipline you, when I give you structure, it's gonna be different from someone who don't love you. And if you got it before you leave my house, then you well established when you go out there into the world. So it's my job to get them ready for the world.
Amen.
Correct. So, do you enjoy doing discipline? Like, is it fun?
Hell
is
no,
it something?
no.
I know it's fucking awful, right? But
yeah, bro. Man, I feel like when I raise, and it's not, I don't even whoop my kids, bro. Just raising my voice at them, and they not used to. Everybody used to me being calm and cool, even my kids. So when I raise my voice, they be like, "Oh shit, daddy mad." Like something about to get,
right,
and just that fear in their eye. I don't like putting fear in my kids, but
I would pay money to hear
Necessary.
daddy mad. I'd pay money to hear daddy mad. I'd clip that shit all over the place. Daddy man. The other one, the other question. So we've all seen a dad throwing a baby in the air and catching him or her, and the baby fucking loves it. Let me ask: have you ever seen a single mother throw a baby? Not a single mother, any mother throw a baby in the air and try to catch it?
I would. My wife, up until my kids got a little bigger, when they was babies. Oh yeah, my wife did that shit all the time. I think
Really?
that's part of their culture, though. Yeah.
Oh, your wife's base. Your wife's base, bro. Shout out to Mrs. The Word. Yeah, that's based.
Her cousins, like, I don't know if that's part of, like, I didn't, I say it like this. I never seen, black mothers do it, but I know, like, in the Middle Eastern culture, when they babies, they do it a lot. My wife, like, she used to lay on the bed and just toss my daughter up. And there's times, like, even now, like, my daughter bigger, she'd take her and toss her on the bed. My daughter would run back to her. She'd toss her on the bed. Yeah, so
unreal. Yeah, but the worst, the worst is when you're lying on your back and you're holding your baby, like, up with your arms outstretched over your head, and the milk comes back up, and if you want, if you're slow, it goes in your mouth. If you're quick, it goes down your collar. But that's the thing that's missing. Like me and my two boys, when they were like teenagers, we were all learning a little bit of kickboxing, and we used to have fights, like play fighting, in the dining room, and we would smack the shit out of each other. The only rule was not the face, but the three of us would go like maniacs, and my wife was literally terrorized. She had no idea what's going on. This energy in the room actually scared her. But us three boys were just having a good time.
Yeah.
So I think no, sorry, go on.
Oh no, go ahead, finish. My bad.
Well, I'd like to hear what Commander thinks, because I think Commander's kind of on my side.
No, I said yeah. I just said yeah. Because boys will roughhouse, and then sometimes the girls get to roughhouse too. Depends on, like, if they grew up with all boys. Like,
well, here's a question. Yeah, here's a question. How come boys are taught never hit a girl, but girls aren't taught never hit a man? What's going on there?
That's in some situations.
I was about to say, I don't like, I know in my house I trained my sister to fight, and not only me but my mother also told them never to hit a man. So
the word, you're fucking destroying my stereotypes, bro. I'm coming with a bag full of stereotypes and fucking me up, bro.
I can only speak, from personal experience, but that's just how, like, even I got a lot of females as police officers in my family, and they teach the girls never to hit a man, never put their hands on a man, because you open up an opportunity for him to defend himself, and he's much stronger and bigger than you. So if you hit a man and you get hit back, by law, that's self-defense, so that's taught in my, family.
Nobody taught me.
I train, even my daughter right now, she's 2 years old. She hitting the speed bag right now, so I'm training her.
Nice work. The word, when me and my first wife were very early married, we were only like 20 years old. We're married at 18, didn't have kids yet, and one day we're sitting on the couch having an argument, a little bit of an argument, and she slapped me on the arm pretty hard, probably for her about full strength. I had no idea what I was doing. I'm just a young, dumb cunt. And I whacked her back with the same force she gave me. And she started crying and went, "Oh, that hurt. And I said, "Yeah, baby, I hit you back with the same force you hit me. And that was probably 30% of what I'm capable of. So let's not introduce violence as a way to negotiate our relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, nobody
So
taught me that, but I learned that too, just like that same scenario.
how?
Like
Please
I
expand.
hit a boy. I can't remember if I hit him like upside the head or like on his arm, but like he went back at me and like punched me in the arm, which was way harder than what I thought I did to him. And so then I learned, yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe don't pick a fight with someone 3 times stronger than you.
I got this. I still got the scar on my hand from when I was in the 7th grade. You know, we played a dozens, and this girl was roasting me, so I went in on her, and she got up and she stabbed me in my right hand. And
Jesus.
I was born left-handed. I had broke my thumb when I was younger, so I had to learn how to write with my right, and the right became dominant for certain things. But my left hand is like still my strongest. So I had the pen still in my hand. I stood up, and when I hit her, I'm done. I was in the 7th grade, and I was always bigger than, you know, the regular class size. But when I hit her, knocked her clean out. Like she was out snoring. Turned her on her side. Well, the teacher turned her on her side and everything. And they sent me to the principal office. And my mom came in, and she see the bandage on my hand, and my mom, like, they yelled, like everybody, like when I'm telling you I knocked, like she was asleep. Like she was unconscious when I hit her. So everybody, all the men, and, you know, predominantly black, you know, school. So all the men, like, you shouldn't hit women, you know, your mommy teaches. My mama came in there. You know what my mama told them? She said, let me look at your hand. My mama a nurse, right? And she said, well, we got to get him to the hospital because he can have ink poisoning. This girl stabbed my son in the hand with a pen. You see that wound on his hand? Like, bro, it went between my bone. Like, she got it in there good.
Win for mama. Win for mama.
And they was telling her, like, well, he knocked her out. And she said, you know what I told my son? I told my son never to hit a woman. But if a woman put themselves in a man place, you put her ass right back. And we walked out.
Yeah, but maybe not do it so hard that they have to go to the hospital.
No, why not? Why not? Just want to say,
because guess who's going to get arrested?
No,
just want to say,
I'm gonna be honest.
Sorry, bro. Just
with you. Oh, go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, they're going to say, I'm kind of watching your chat. Like I do this. I try to encourage people to have a good channel. There's a couple of my boys in chat. Robert Demeter, Bintok. What the fuck are you boys doing here? How'd you find this place? Okay.
What up, though? What up, though, boys? Robert.
Yeah.
What up,
Robert?
Hey.
They found us. We're a secret society over here.
Well, I think probably Speakeasy was the first one to bring it over. Robert Demeter, yo. I'm sorry, the word. I have a habit of being like a co-host. It's just what I do. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh no, you good.
It's just the alpha in him, you know.
Yeah, I'm more of a Sigma, so, you know.
It's my misogyny. It's my misogyny. I just do that, you know.
So hold on, bro. You trying to say you look at me as a woman or something, bro? Hold on. What?
No, I'm talking to Commander.
No, I'm fucking with you.
Commander, right? I know, bro. No, it's all good. No, I'm seeing a few. I'm seeing a few familiar names in the chat, and I'm going, "What are you boys doing over here?" Robert Demeter said, "Yeah, we came for you." No, hey.
Maybe men are taught not to hit women because they have so much stronger force that they can really hurt a woman.
True.
Right?
And also what happens is boys tend to have rough play, like when you're a kid, like we'll wrestle, and we learn the purpose is not to kill the guy, it's to just dominate. Girls don't learn that. And then have you seen girls fight? They try to kill each other.
Yeah.
They try to literally kill each other. Men, and if there's two guys fighting and one guy wins and he's trying to go too far, other guys jump in and say, "Bro, stop. It's enough." He knows. But girls throw a shovel and smack in the back of the head. Right? I know, right?
I never thought of it that way.
Yeah. Women try to. They
like wild animals.
Yeah, it's like they be seeking. I remember this one I remember this one chick I was dating. I found out she was cheating on me and dumped her, and she went nuts, man. Like hitting me, scratching me, like she was doing. And she was older than me too. She was about 6 years older than me. So I was like 16. She was like 22. And when I went home, my mom seen. She was like, "Who the hell you let? Who scratched?" Because I was used to fighting. I come in with like bruised knuckles or something. And my mom was like, "Who asked you what?" But she looked at me like my lip was busted, my shirt was ripped. She was like, "Who the hell been scratching on you?" And when I told her, she knew I was dating a girl. She was okay with it. Man, she went around there and knocked on that girl's door. She stayed in a 2-family flat. When that girl opened the door, my mama was like, I don't even think she said nothing. I remember driving over there trying to catch up to her because I went in the bathroom trying to clean my face up. Then I heard her pull off, and I'm like, shit, she going over there. By the time I pulled over there, I just see my mama reach and bow, hit the girl with beating her on the stick because, you know, the 2-family flat, like the door open, but it's some stairs you got to go up to. She stayed on the upstairs. So when she just whooping her on the steps, like, "I'll kill you, you ever touch my son again." I had to pick my mama up and take her out the house.
Damn, 16.
Like she whooped that girl, but she was like, "I told you, if a bee put theyself in a male place, you put them back. Don't let no girl scratch or hit on you. You know why? Because they think you ain't supposed to hit them back. But when you hit them, they realize like, I better stop hitting him because he hit harder. So if she want to put herself in a man place, like my mom, and I need to ask her why she felt
she's
like,
smart.
but it's reality. You know, I'm not saying you go out there and hurt a female because even to this day, like if a female hit me, I'm not gonna hurt them. I'm gonna restrain them. The worst I might do, I might put them in a joint lock and show them like you can't. I can hold you with one hand. Leave me alone. Like this is not. I know I broke a dude. I broke a couple jaws in my lifetime, so I know what I can do to a man. So I can only imagine what I can do to a woman, and it's just not beneficial to me. You know, I don't need to. I don't even like fighting dudes smaller than me because I know what I can do to them. So I can only imagine what I can do for a man. Like y'all bone density ain't like men. You know, y'all built different. So, but
I'll just say this: don't mess with your wives.
Oh yeah, no, my wife, man, she just do like she like training her is probably the worst thing I ever did.
I know, like this is training day or some
But she-
shit.
You might be stronger than your wife, but your wife might be serving you your food. Just saying, like women be devious sometimes.
But see
Never
that
fight, never argue with someone who's serving your food. That's true. But
I used to always win my fights towards the boys when I was younger one way. And it was always my strategy. I used to tell the boys, leave me alone. Leave me alone. When they went through that shit. I used to tell them, I was like, yo, you like to pray. I used to make niggas pray.
Give me 1 second. And Rob is a great donor to this channel. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Robert.
Robert
Needed a little
Demeter, my
dance break.
man. I know Robert. He's a good bloke. Can I ask a question? What do you think of the saying? What do you think of the saying? If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy.
Yeah, that shit old.
I believe I like the saying "a happy wife is a happy life," and I'm gonna tell you why. I agree with that because it's just when my wife happy is she naturally, even when she ain't happy, she try to make sure I'm happy. So when she happy, I just get the best out of her. You know, so I think that saying was created for men because if we keep her happy, we gonna get the best out of a woman.
Oh, Dan, you keep fucking up my stereotypes. I thought it meant if you don't make your wife happy, she'll nag and bitch and make you unhappy. That's what I thought it meant.
Yeah, that too.
I don't.
Take out the trash.
I just honestly I don't know because it's just even like I don't see a problem with catering. It's for me it's easy to cater to my wife because all she wanted to feel is the desire, bro. She just want to feel like she wanted, and that's easy because I want her around. You know, I appreciate the things that she do. Like especially now, you know, like my eyesight is limited. It was just natural for her to adjust. Like, my clothes is out in the morning, my food ready whenever. I mean, she always did like the food part, but my wife ain't ever, you know, pick my clothes out and stuff like that. You know, I don't have. It's certain things I do not have to worry about. Like today, the gutter fell down, and she was like, "I don't want you doing that. You know, your head, you this. Man, I did it in like 5 minutes," and she was like, "Oh my fucking god, you so hot." And I'm like, I came in the house like, what? She was like, "You put that thing up real quick," and I'm looking like she got so excited, bro. You know, she not only cooked tonight's dinner, but she done meal prep for the rest of the week. I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. Like, as soon as I did that, everything, my clothes. So I'm like, I saw what you just did. That made me. I'm like, man, like just so little stuff like that. Man. It's like happy wife.
There's a great comedy routine by Bill Hicks. He was talking about when he got married, and they bought a house, and the house had a big dirty old shed, and the shed was full of spider webs and fucking dust and all kinds of crap. And it was a hot day, and he had to go out there and climb a ladder, and sweat and spider eggs falling in his eyes and shit like that as he's cleaning out. And he goes, at some point halfway through, my wife come out and just handed me a sandwich and a cold beer. And then she went away. She didn't hang around going, "Oh, how do you like a sandwich?" She just fucked off, left him with a cold beer and a sandwich. And he said, sometimes I'm now, 15 years later, I'm driving down the road and I still think about that sandwich.
Aww, that's so sweet.
Shout out to Stoic. Appreciate you, brother. Hold on.
What up, Stoic?
Yeah, Commander.
Yeah, get that money.
Come on, get that money. 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 I don't come the money. Money.
No, give me Commander. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. Commander.
Yeah.
Mr. Markham wants to say hi.
Hi.
Oh.
How you doing?
You going? We're just saying the same thing. Oh my god, I'm great. How are you?
Good. Do you make a good sandwich?
I make a great sandwich.
Awesome.
And I've always got a beer in the fridge for my husband when he gets home from work.
Nice.
I'm happy.
Nice.
I'm happy to hand him his pipe and slippers.
I don't have pipe and slippers.
No, but you know what I mean. It's the
no. What actually happens? Here's the truth. What happens is, when I come through the front gate, I go to the garage to get a beer on my way into the house, and I can hear this little voice in the background that goes, "My hot husband's home."
Aww. I always have ice water for my husband. If I'm home, if I'm home before him, I have ice water ready.
Nice.
Ozzy, how did that make you feel when she greets you like that?
Bro, that's a question you know the answer to, right? So,
man, that shit feels fucking amazing.
So, yeah. So, Commander, I don't know if you know, like, men need such little encouragement. It takes like one word, 2 words, one exhale when you go when he does something for you. That's all it takes. But I've met girls who kind of go, but I've met girls who kind of go, "What are you, a pussy? You need that? You want a pat in the head? You want a medal?" Right?
I don't say. I just say that to myself. I don't say that out loud. But yeah, it's so easy to please a man.
Yeah.
I don't need no man. King Blackout, fucking dropping some fucking coin.
It's
like a lot harder. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know if you have kids, Dale, but it's like when you've got a child and they're calling to you, and you just under your breath go, "For fuck's sake," and then you go, "Yes, darling."
Exactly.
Like that,
but don't you think it's a lot harder to please a woman than it is a man? Do you guys agree?
Oh, it's absolutely. We don't know what we want. We don't know what we want, and we never will know what we want. We just don't. We We just don't.
It sounds a bit like you're saying women are a bit retarded.
We are.
Tell you the truth.
We
We're
really,
not
really are.
retarded. We're just unstable creatures. Damn, he just
We
calls
are
us
very
retarded.
retarded,
Damn.
but we're very needed and we're very wanted and we're
I
very
don't
loved.
care.
Y'all give me 1 second. Blackout, appreciate you, bro. Shout out to the 5 gifted membership. Shout out to
Yeah,
Blackout.
yeah.
Just want to
That
say,
was awesome.
just want to say, Stoic, who said the dancing bird was me dancing, bro. I'll give you a tip. If you don't know how to dance, just get on the dance floor and sign your name with your bum. So just imagine.
What did he call you, a bin chicken?
Oh, how do you know about fucking bin chickens?
I have some Aussie friends.
Yeah, fuck those bin chickens. Fuck.
Hey, those bin chickens don't shut up, right?
No, they're pretty quiet. They just stick that beak into the fucking bins. It's like, don't do that, bro. Get a real job.
The magpies don't shut up.
Hey, I just
Oh, I
want
was
to say something real quick too, and then y'all can rock out for a minute. I just want to say thank you to everybody who's been coming over there lately, all the new people, all the old people. You know, y'all helping me build this community where we can have these discussions. And a lot of times, guess what? We ain't gonna see eye to eye, but we can come to an understanding where we can respect one another and helping me build that environment. And I appreciate y'all. If y'all donate with your money, with your time, Ozzy, you know I appreciate you, bro, coming on this panel. You be having thought-provoking questions that make people question their reality. And I think the more people hear you, the more people appreciate what you bring. And because I know I do. Us challenging one another, that's the only way we gonna get better. And I don't mind the challenge, so I appreciate that, bro.
Brother,
Hey,
you've got
there's
a
an
very sorry, Commander, just let me go for a second. You know the word, you've got a very individual type channel. Like there's 10 billion channels on the internet, but you've got a very individual niche that you're doing. And I think it's a good thing. That's just me.
I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I try, man. I mean, that's how I am in real life. I'm fucking weird, bro. I'm gonna be honest
Yeah,
with you. Like
me too, bro.
the way I move, the way I think and the way I move, it's confusing to people, but I'm effective and efficient at what I do. You know, and my goal is to bring solutions. Like, and to do that, a lot of times we gotta have these difficult conversations. You know, and different perspectives give us more insight on different ways we can look at different situations. That's just what I learned in life, bro. And I'm trying to bring that to the internet because
Facts.
I don't want to be bicker arguing about bullshit that don't do nothing. You know, a lot of these people they be arguing about shit. And that shit, when you leave, you ain't a better person. Sometimes you fucking worse. And when you leave here, I want people
bro,
to feel like, you know, I
if
got
I
something
can't,
out of it.
yeah, but I'm like, if I can't prove I'm better than you, how do I feel good about myself, bro?
That's the thing. Now look, now check
Right?
this out. Now check this out, bro. This is I was just thinking about this today. Like, this is how fucking lazy people are. They try to build themselves up on somebody else, bro. To prove
Yeah,
that they
bro.
value or worth something in life, they gotta prove like that's shit weak to me, bro. My deeds and my actions are gonna show. I don't do participation trophies at all. I'm not one of those people to say I'm better than the other people. Well, fuck that. People are better than other people because they do better, right? So if we come with this ideology that everybody's the same, you're gonna have some lazy ass people not striving to be better, to be great. You know, I can look at people like, damn, that dude better than me at this. I need to work harder to get where he at. That's how it's supposed to be. But people just
Bro,
try to tear people down to build themselves up. That's shit weak to me, man.
my personal policy is I try to be the stupidest person in the room. because that way I'm learning. If
Mhm.
we're all in a room together, and I'm the stupidest person, I'm the one getting value out of the room.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
See, listen. I found somebody else that thinks like me. I always said I could never find somebody as slow as me. See, said the same shit. Damn, Ozzy, we think alike.
We
I
got
know.
a super chat.
Well,
There's another one.
King
What is
Blackout.
that?
John Bird.
Let's make this one. Money.
Appreciate that, bro. I apologize if I'm trying to get into the chat. Blame it on my eyes. I can't see. Okay. But Carney,
okay.
yeah, where is Carney at? Carney, he'll probably be in here in a minute. Carney always comes through.
Is Carney here? I didn't see him.
I
Carney's on
don't
a
think he will.
motorcycle or in a truck somewhere.
Yeah, right
He does.
now. He'll be
He
through
does.
here later. I can't
He
wait.
does
He
Uber.
just
He does Uber. Yeah.
Most of the time when I leave here, like, oh, sorry, word.
Oh no, I was just reading Blackout. Yeah, bro. I promise you, bro. I try to be beneficial to people, bro. I don't try to come on here like I ain't, bro. It took me years to eliminate the drama in my life, and you still go get it, right? You can get away from fucking drama, but I don't have to create it, right? I don't have to be a part of that. So, yeah, if we don't see eye to eye, that means if we can't come to some type of agreement to respect one another, we don't need to fuck with one another. That's this type of shit I'm on. I'm fucking 40 years old, bro. I done had enough bullshit in my life where I learned how to avoid it, just by not participating in certain things. So, yeah, I try to be beneficial, bro. And we don't have to, I don't feel, I'm not going to tear nobody down to prove myself. What people do is what they do. They ain't got shit to do with me. Only time you will hear me talking about other people if they doing some unscrupulous shit that we need to be aware and learn from. Other than that, man, I don't give a fuck what nobody do. Let them do that shit over there, and I do my shit over here.
Yeah, but even calling out, like, I'm very wary about sometimes calling out people on their shit because you can fall very quickly into internet drama. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how it can go. Yeah. So I just don't. My policy is number one, be the stupidest person in the room, and number two, just be a good cunt. Right? Sorry, it's Australian. Just be a good cunt.
Yeah, I already know, bro.
What he means is make them think you're stupid. Don't let them know you're
Yes.
stupid.
Well, not make them think you're stupid.
He's
Just
there.
ask more questions than saying things.
X.
He's dead in the building. What up, though, bro?
What up, fam?
Man, are you crazy in the building? My bad. Let me just do a roll call real quick. John, what up? Appreciate you, John. Both Johns got a membership. Appreciate Blackout for that. Blackout got a membership. I don't know who else got memberships through that. But shout out to all the new members, man. I'm gonna be doing more Bitcoin got one. I'm gonna be doing, oh shit, what the fuck I do? I'm gonna be doing more members live. So, and we gonna get into some real, like when we build that community where we know we can have the people on here to have the discussions versus, the debates. I want to have more members live so we can actually have conversations and come to some solutions with various things. Man. There's a lot of shit fucking us up, but as people, not just races and like all that shit, bro. I understand. There's a lot of history, but we can make history also. We can show people how to do things the right way. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm more up on that shit. Let's show people, okay, we understand all the fucked up shit that happened in the past. Let's show people how to do it the right way. And with the right collective, we can do that.
The word, I don't mean to break protocol, but I just, it's a little bit rude, but I'm going to go there. John Deadmond in the chat, don't not come back to VK, man. You got good ideas. John, sorry, the word. I just got to ask John who you're talking to. Okay. So the word we're speaking about verbal combat, which is Speakeasy's channel. I know it's bad form to speak about somebody else's channel in your chat, but I really have to know what he means. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, that's cool. Yeah, I like I probably wouldn't indulge in it, but I liked it. I think it's beneficial. The way Speak do his thing. I respect that 100. It's I will watch it. I don't think I would participate in it because it's just not my cup of tea. But I don't see nothing wrong with it. It's entertaining. It's thought provoking. You get to hear different perspectives. We just do things different ways. Um, but everything ain't for everybody. So, like I said, I can watch it and be entertained by it, but not participate. I be in a chat, but getting on the panel like that ain't right, or right for other people. But yeah, I enjoy it. I think it's very artistic the way he does it. Um, yeah, it's dope watching his creativity the way he did that. So shout out to Speak, man. I was talking the word. Oh, yeah. Oh, he was talking. Yeah, man. I mean, it's not like I can appreciate art. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I can't do it. I can't do what Speak do. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna try. That's his lane. That's what he good at. Speak is good at debating. Can I debate? Yeah, I can debate. But that's just his lane. And that's like when we talking about roles, bro. Like the women and the man, instead of comparing the two, just appreciate what the individual can do. Speak can do something on his channel that I can't do on my channel. I can do stuff over here that he can't do.
Yeah, the word I
Even if he
got
can do
caught
what
up.
I can do.
I was
Oh,
caught
no, you
up in
good.
the yeah. Sorry, man. I was caught up in the debate mindset for a long time. Like debate. What's your point? State your position. Blah blah blah. And then I found your channel. You and a guy called Flow State, some other guy who I sometimes go on there, and I found we can have conversations. But I do prefer when the conversations can relate to something you can apply in life, because conversations conversations can sometimes turn into a fucking circle jerk, right?
More like a
you
shit
just talk.
show.
Yeah. But if you can take a conversation and then come away and go, now tomorrow I can do this or I can do that. That's the ones I really like, where you can apply it to your real life, bro. And it seems we can do that here. I think maybe.
That's what I was gonna say. Like most of the time, I leave like feeling like I'm thinking about things. I'm self-reflecting. I learned something, and then other times I leave with a headache. Like it depends if Wild Heart is here, like on chat.
Oh,
Hey,
well,
hold on. Let me say something to John. Oh no, John, it's all love. Bro. It's all love. I know what you were saying. I know what you were saying. It ain't no. I don't feel any. I read words just like I read speech or people body language. I didn't feel no malice in anything you said. No, I think
You're
Ozzy
fine,
was just
John.
asking a question. Yeah, no, everything cool, John. We appreciate you over here. And talking in the chat and on topic. Oh no, you good, John. You good. You good. No, everything good. Yeah, Wild Heart are very interesting. Like I said, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if to be appalled sometimes or to feel bad for. I'm just being honest, bro. After really observing, um, I told him to his face, I don't have a problem. I mean, I said it before, like, bro, it's things that uh, it's just things you got to work on, bro. You know, I don't like seeing people crash out, and I think he
yeah,
can have some very
yeah.
interesting talking points, but at the end of the day, it's like uh, you see the other things that he's dealing with, and I mean,
It just goes into
Yeah,
circles and circles, and then it just gives me a headache.
yeah. I'm trying to fix him. I'm trying to fix that guy. Make him okay.
Wild Heart
Oh
wants
no,
you to
bro.
give him the answer. He doesn't want to look for a solution. He wants you to give him an answer.
He don't want to be
No,
fixed.
John,
He ain't ready
John,
yet.
don't feel attacked. My bad, y'all. Don't. Let me just address John real quick. Don't feel attacked, bro. Nah. But like I said, the verbal combat. That's a whole, different world than what is over here. So, um, you know.
Well, you can
So
give
I understand.
props to the word without like being disrespectful, maybe to other
No, I don't
YouTubers,
think
other
he.
channels, because
No,
we
I
don't want
don't.
no beef with other people.
No, I don't think he was even disrespectful over there. He was just saying like, it was different content, and I don't think he was being disrespectful. It's just
Yeah, he
some
likes
things
what you're
ain't for
doing
people.
here.
Yeah, some things ain't for people. You know what I'm saying? And that might
Yeah.
not be his cup of tea. Like I said, you won't see on the panel debating nobody. I'll be in the chat. I may, me, I mainly listen. I interact in the chat, but I listen a lot to a lot of different things. I just don't participate in, you know. And over here, he feel like he can, participate. It's a different environment, So, but that's why we supply it. So if it's your cup of tea, you feel warm and welcome over here. If that's your cup of tea, you feel warm and welcome over here. John, you more than, free to express the way you feel over here. We appreciate you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the
He
word
got the right to his opinion and the way he feel about whatever. So I'm not going to suppress none of that. But yeah.
Yeah, I think when Speak comes on, and like I don't like speaking about people when they aren't here, but Speak has a natural debate tendency. So when he comes in, yeah, he's going to debate, bro. But he also brings a whole bunch of people over. Like he'll raid you
Yeah.
with like 70 people, right? So
Yeah, when Speak come over, like when Speak come on, bro, I already know. Like when Speak hit that link, he ready to debate, and ain't nothing wrong with
it's going to get
that.
hot. It's going to get hot, bro.
It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing wrong with that because I said it like this. Because even when Speak come over here, he respect what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? He don't come over here being disrespectful. Even, he come with the spirit of debate. But me and Speak, have discussions all the time. Every time Speak hit my panel, we had a discussion. I don't even consider that a debate. A lot of times, sometimes we agree to disagree, and sometimes we agree on things. So, I mean,
Yeah, I like it
but
when he's here.
it's other people to get on the panel that, they go at it. You know what I'm saying? And if it's one of them open topic nights, if they hitting in the chat loving it, I'll let it go. At one time I had to calm everything down because one thing I don't do is I'm a man, bro. So I don't command anything. I mean I don't demand it. I command it. You ain't just gonna fucking like if we was face to face, you ain't gonna fucking disrespect me. Ain't nothing gonna happen to you. That's just reality. Like I get my ass whooped before I let somebody, another man disrespect me. I get my ass whooped. That's just where I come from. But I don't have that problem in real life because don't nobody just approach me disrespecting me. They ain't about to do it in my space. You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't like to even display uh, that attribute of myself. I like to be cool, calm, and have fun, man. Learn something and grow. But that one time I had to like I've been on here for 2 years. People ain't never really heard me get loud. And that one time I had to get loud because people talk about people mamas and stuff. I don't do none of that shit. Like we ain't doing
Well,
that over here.
I think the word you've shared a little bit of your personal experience, like your hardships, and I think that gives you a solid grounding where no one can tell you shit, bro, because what's someone going to tell you? What's someone going to tell you? You've been through your shit. You've survived. You've come through. So let someone come here and tell you something.
Like I'll be honest, I'm willing and open to learn from anybody, but ain't nobody gonna tell me about me or what works for me. That is what you can't do that. But if you offer some good information and I can use it, I'm on my Bruce Lee shit. Be like water. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna use what's beneficial to me. So if you come with some good shit, then yeah, I'm gonna do that. But if you come with that negative energy, like I tell people, I can either be an angel or a devil. I'm only what people allow me to be, bro. I said that from day one since I hit that. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm a positive person because I got the angels and the devils in me, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not
here's a question I thought of, right? So maybe I can test. I thought to myself, I've thought of the most devastating question on planet Earth. Maybe I can test it with the people on panel. So the word, are you a good person?
I like to believe I am.
Okay. Commander, are you a good person?
I'm a damn good person.
Oh, good answer. Good answer. Now, beat girl, are you a good person?
I would like to believe that I am.
Not what I asked. It's yes or no. Are you a good person?
I can't really answer that. I don't know.
Okay. L for you. L for you. Okay. In the chat, John Burt, are you a good person? John Deadmond, are you a good person? Are you crazy? Are you a good person?
Hey, you can be crazy and be a good person. Just saying.
It's like I tell people, shit, if they tell you that I'm a bitch, believe them. If they tell you I'm a good person, believe them, because I treat people accordingly.
Well, the thing is,
so I don't know. To some of me,
there used to be a theory in the 80s where they said insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and thinking something else will happen. I think that's wrong. I think insanity is thinking you aren't a good person. Insanity is hating yourself. That's the most retarded thing I've ever. Sorry, bro. Hating yourself is the most crazy thing you could ever do.
You said
because you're hating yourself is the worst thing you can do. Yeah. You should love yourself, man. I'm like, everyone's doing the best they can. Everyone's doing the best they can.
Yep.
Even bad people doing bad things are thinking they're doing something right.
They're doing something right. And this is the reason I say I believe I'm a good person. You know, I use the term believe instead of saying I know. Because
yes, I believe I'm a good person, or I am a good person. Can anybody today own that and just say I am a good? Yeah, I'm flawed. I make mistakes, but you know, I'm a good person.
And this is the reason I say I believe, because I know I'm a good person, right? And I probably should have answered it like that, but other people will perceive me as something negative, you know. Like even in this space, like on the internet, I don't do the victim mentality, right? So you ain't gonna hear me talking about how anyone fucking oppresses me, because you gotta be a bad motherfucker to oppress me. That's just reality. Like, for me to submit to you, you gotta be a bad motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So I don't do that victim shit. You know what I'm saying? I done been through so much shit. I done been shot. I done been stabbed. I done lost my eyesight, and that shit don't keep me down. So I'm not gonna let nobody do keep me down. So I don't do that victim shit. Like, you can't tell me. You show me you can oppress me. Show me that shit, because you're gonna have a hell of a time doing it. That's just my warrior mentality. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so, I don't know. Me as a okay, I'm playing. Okay, me as a white fella, I kind of feel sorry for you, black fellas, because you can't, manage your own things. You need special treatment. You're oppressed. It's like I'm so sorry for you.
I'll be honest with you. I don't need that shit. Me personally, I don't need nobody to feel sorry.
No shit, bro.
I'm going through.
No shit.
And but I know what you're saying though. You know, because it's not only black people. Look, my opinion. I done heard white people talking about, oh, you want us to feel guilty because what our ancestors might have did. and they start playing a victim role in that shit. Like,
Yes,
you know,
exactly.
it's always a white man fault. Always like all that shit to me is victim mentality. I don't care who do. You know, if you feel oppressed by somebody, that's your fucking fault. Do something about it.
Bro, I'm a white fella. I was born in Northern Ireland, and for 800 years, the Irish were oppressed by the British. So I kind of, should I claim my victim card that my people were oppressed by other white people?
You know what? But see, that's what I'm saying. Like, coming on the internet and people hear me talk like that, they be like, "Oh, you this, you that, you being friends with the white people." Like, look, man, white people in my life, my experience, right? Ain't no white person did nothing to me. Ain't no. That's just my experience. They ain't did nothing to me. They never been in position to do anything. You know, I told a story on here when I was in that anesthesia position. The management job came up, right? And it was this white lady and me applying for the job. Me and her was real cool. This is still my homie. That's me, right? We the job over me, and I was more than qualified. Guess who gave her that fucking job over?
Yeah, go on.
A black woman.
A black
all the doctors, listen, all the doctors, all the nurses, everybody thought I had a job. I was over fucking qualified. I came in that position and redefined that shit, bro. I redefined the position itself. I'm on afternoons and I'm leading the afternoons, not a day shift. The manager job came up. Everybody wanted me to have it. Doctors, the nurses, everybody wanted me to have it. A black woman gave it. So am I supposed to say, how was I oppressed by a white person, not giving me the opportunity? It was somebody who looked like me who didn't give me the opportunity.
Oh shit! So you were holy shit, that's complicated.
But I don't complain about black women, bro. Like, I'm a black man on here, married to a woman outside my race. You don't hear me dogging black women. You know why? Because my mama black, my sister's black, my auntie's black. And they some wonderful, great fucking women. They exude black excellence. The shit they accomplished in life, the things they overcame, them women made me strong, looking at them. So I would never disrespect a black woman. But I have experiences with black women that's not desirable to me. But you don't hear me. Those were individuals, and I do not put jackets on nobody that don't fit. So I'm not going to come on here down in the black one. But I had experiences with black women, with black men that's undesirable, but I never come on here and beat down my people for the acts of individuals.
Yeah, I Commander never do that. So Commander, I'm going back to before. Commander was questioning stereotypes about Australian men. There are certain stereotypes about black women. Are they incorrect or kind of true?
Stereotypes are there for a reason. So yeah, partially true. Depends on
you racist. You racist.
But see, there's a reason why stereotypes are in play. You know, to me, I'm gonna be honest. A lot of stuff with black people, I mean, I think it involves a small minority. You know, because a lot of the stereotypes about black women, my wife can fit into that, bro. She loud. She'll tell you Middle Eastern people walk loud, and when she angry, bro, she like to tear shit up. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, everything they say about black women, I see in all other groups of women too. Latinos, y'all spicy and hot. Y'all be ready.
The fucking Latino like women. Well, maybe I'll offer. White women. I'm going to be racist. White women can't hold a candle to black women or fucking Latino women. These girls are tame compared to your women, and just call me a racist.
Honestly, I think that's a stereotype too. I'm gonna tell you why. Because when I was younger, you know why I didn't date white women? Because my homies who dated them women was crazier than the damn women in the hood. Them white women, ain't no look, bro. You take their car, they'll catch a fucking bus over your house just to see where you at, bro. Them white women, they call the cops on your ass. Quick as hell, bro. They call the fucking cops on your ass.
You've been fucking up my preconceived ideas all fucking night. You bastard. Been fucking up my preconceived ideas all fucking night.
Word. What is you
Take this out.
doing? He had an Eddie Guerrero moment and you killed it. He was in this joint like, Mami, aquí llegó tu papi. Yo,
but check this out. The white woman who just unalived the black dude. You know, I don't know the full story, but like, man, white women crazy as hell too. Women in general. I tell my white, all y'all motherfuckers crazy. Y'all just y'all all crazy.
That's a stereotype on women.
They say we
No, that's the fucking truth. Y'all know, bro. We got a built-in excuse for women. Oh, they're emotional. Yeah, that's
Not
a
all
built-in
women.
societal excuse.
Yeah, they're soft. They're soft, and they're soft. Mrs. Markham, hang on. Mrs. Markham has an opinion.
Sorry, we are all emotional women. We are. We just are. We just are, and that's okay. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's okay to be emotional and to put your hand up and go, yes, I'm an emotional person. I'm a woman. That's how I roll. And
so
even I don't know why I'm fucking feeling the way I'm feeling. Yes. So please try not to don't try and understand me, but just listen to me and give me a big cuddle. So that's it.
Which kind of means just put up with my shit.
She said we're soft, we're wild.
And I'll apologise when I'm an absolute asshole to you. Yeah.
Soft,
we are. We're just emotional beings. It's a nice thing to be. It complements the men's,
The men's what?
Big daddy.
Stoic.
Oh, you have to tame us.
Your emotions.
Manly. No. Well, we're soft and they're harder. They're tough and they're strong and they're men and they're robust and they're I'm not allowed to say it online, am I?
Unless they get sick, Miss Markle.
They're our apes. Men are our apes, and it's beautiful.
Unless they get the flu or the cold, then they're big
bullshit.
Babies.
No, bullshit. Biggest
Lindsay, didn't we speak about the things that you say under your breath and you don't say out loud, darling?
Oh, shit, I'm sorry.
Amanda, sorry.
I know, sorry. I should learn from you, yes.
Yo.
Well, here's a hot
take. She's right.
She said she loves her man masculine, and sometimes she has to make him soft. What certain women out here call toxic. I mean, that's that's crazy. Like, it made me think about that topic that's been brought up about lately. Like, a lot of women are complaining about men being so masculine that they have to be softer. I'm saying, I'm like, yo, listen, man, I want my man to be masculine. I need him to open the door. I need him to be tough. I need him to be rough. I need him to throw me in the ceiling fan if he has to. I do not want him to be soft. Like,
I'm not a fucking lesbian. If I was a lesbian, I would marry a soft man, but I'm not.
But it's a topic that's been going around lately. Like, a lot of women are saying that our men shouldn't be masculine because it's a toxic thing. I'm saying that like for me.
Oh my God.
There's no such thing.
God.
There's no
That's
such
all us
thing.
Women want.
There's no such thing as toxic.
All these people that make up this bullshit don't know what they want. They have absolutely no idea what they want. They just jump on the train of everyone else because they think it's cool.
Here's my hot take. Here's my hot take.
Go, Kieran.
Here's my hot take. Being pregnant, carrying a baby, and going through labour isn't that bad.
Go on.
No, let him talk. I want to hear it.
Go on.
It ain't that bad. Go and do concreting for 40 years and talk to me about that.
Right.
I had 3 kids. I don't want no more.
Very cool. Oh, James, my man.
I joined the right time here.
James.
No, y'all having a tough conversation here about babies.
Has anybody here passed a kidney stone? Any men pass a kidney stone?
Is it worse than having a baby? Is it worse than having a baby?
It's worse
yeah, that's painful, right?
Has anybody here gone to work as a concreter for 40 years?
See, that's
I've not.
That's the one thing that a man cannot do is push out a baby.
I tell you this, bro. Just studying anatomy and sitting in hundreds of C-sections and labors, man, I'm straight. I ain't doing that shit. Blackout is in a building. What up, bro?
Okay.
Yeah, what up, Karen? What's up, Karen?
That's what I'm. Shout out to
I'll
blackout, you dickhead. Okay, go on.
I'll piggyback off Kieran. And I'll even throw one in there and say another reason why women, it's not that bad going through pregnancy, is because there is a chemical released in their brain so that they can't even remember the intense pain they feel if they decide not to have drugs. There's a chemical released in their brain so that they forget it. That's why a lot of women are addicted to having babies, because they forget the experience while they're in it.
I ain't forget mine.
That's exactly right. Totally agree.
I wish I could
Totally agree.
forget what you just said.
But let me give you some pushback too, because when women get pregnant, what happens is too, they have a hormone imbalance, and you know a lot of times, not only they can die from child delivery or from childbirth, but they get that postpartum depression, you know, because their hormones still imbalanced. So
Not all women.
I would agree that some women, like you say, I know women who had 8 kids, like, and there was no problem.
Shit.
But it's just the what can happen, you know. And carrying something 9 months in your body, bro. Fuck that. I'm straight, man. That's for y'all, man. I'm happy I'm a man. I ain't got to deal with none of that shit. I watch my feet swelling up and all that shit. I'm good. I'm good, bro. Women have props for that shit. I ain't doing that shit. Let me ask y'all, as men, would y'all be willing to go through that shit?
No.
As a father, yes.
What?
As a woman, no. As a father,
as a father, knowing what happens at the end, the kid that comes out and having a kid, would I, if it was put on men to have to carry a baby, sure, yeah, I'd do it.
Oh my God.
That's nice. You would take that pain away from a woman.
Yes. But I just want to know
You're a better man than me, bro.
That little, y'all got a very tiny hole that doesn't expand. Wait a minute.
Fuck that, bro.
Hold on, wait a minute. I don't even want a picture. I could just, oh my God. Wait, y'all shit explode with a head of What up? Y'all bought this up. Wait a minute.
I'm not asking for it, and I don't want to do it. But if it was up to me to do it, I would do it. But I'm not saying I want to do it. I'm just saying if it was up to the man.
That was not a picture I wanted, but it came out. I really pictured it. Oh shit.
That, bro. Y'all got that shit. Hey, Ozzy.
Mrs. Kieran wants to say something.
Yeah, do me a favor, real quick, too, okay? If you can you type in the chat real quick, Ozzy, if you can?
Sorry, say
Only
it
if you
again.
can. No, I was asking Ozzy if he can type in the chat.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, if he can. If he can't right now, that's cool. I can go on another live. But if he can, I appreciate it.
I just wanted to insert something here. Sorry, word.
No, it's on you. I apologize.
Mrs. Markin, have you asked me permission?
No, I haven't asked your permission, but it's funny because Kieran and I are second marriage and we haven't had a child together. He has 3 children and I to his previous marriage, and I have 1 daughter. Anyway, so he's never seen me give birth, but
That's true.
He hated being there at the bottom end every time he gave birth. He describes it as watching his favourite pub burn down. He says he would never, ever, ever wish that on any man.
So here's a question. No, hang on.
I get it. I get it.
Let me make sense of my wife's retarded kind of rambling. Okay. Okay. Is it better for a man to be there for the birth and cut the umbilical cord, or stay away, let women do their thing, and smoke a cigar when the baby's born?
Cut the umbilical cord.
Oh, gay.
I'm not a man, so
I don't know. I don't care about you, bro.
Who you're roboting, Black?
Somebody.
Oh, my bad. My watching my son be delivered was probably the most rewarding yet scariest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I would never replace it.
What's the scary part?
Knowing if he was going to survive or not, but that's not here. Neither here nor there.
Yeah, I've been there too. But you have to admit, watching your baby. Oh, bro, am I going to say this? Am I going to say this?
Say it.
Watching.
Who's got this? Who's screeching?
Well, just going to say,
was just in the boiler room.
hang on. I'm going to be very, very crude. Going to be very crude. Watching your baby emerge through your wife's vagina kind of makes you go, that's right. Come on.
But
be honest.
But you still hit that afterwards though, right? You had 2 babies, right? So shit.
I've had 3. But
3.
still,
Touche.
it would still be better if I wasn't there. If I just let the women do the women's thing.
Poor Kieran. So to spare you, to spare your mental anguish.
Hey, look, let me tell you this, John, bro. I was so elated when my wife had a C-section because I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm like, man, I'm straight, man. That's my happy place, bro. Chill. I don't want that. No, don't, because so many different things can happen. Like when a woman having a baby, it can fuck up nerves and shit.
Sometimes they have to. Sometimes I'm going to be crude. Sometimes what's it called? In epistemology, they have to cut. They've got to cut it wider to let the baby out, right, bro? And you're thinking, bro, I'm already so small. Like you're making it worse.
No, but listen,
Look, bro.
I went through both of them, right? I gave natural birth, and I went through a C-section, an emergency C-section, right? And I'm going to be honest, I prefer the natural birth because I healed a whole lot faster, right? Than the C-section. Right. But, listen, I don't care how much they cut me down there. They had to put stitches because I had a 9-pound, 4-ounce, 21.5-inch baby. I pushed that out. You see where I'm coming from? So
the C-section, like having a normal pregnancy, is your body's meant to do that. So your body's meant to go back. With a C-section, they literally cut your body in half and rip something out of your stomach.
It's hard.
I know, but the playground stays intact. But
it does.
I'm with you.
Just saying.
Hang on. Everything's intact.
One thing I learned from watching my ex-wife push out 3 babies. Size don't matter, bro. Size don't matter.
But listen, Kieran, you don't have to catch the baby and you don't have to watch. You can stand next to your wife's, behind her. You don't have to watch.
The doctor who came to catch the baby was watching the fucking cricket on the telly, waiting for it to happen. I should have been in the other room. Yeah, I know.
You watch cricket? Why? What?
Yes. Yeah, bro. Yeah.
That's sad.
The twister stitches.
Bro,
it's not 2 stitches they give you down there when you push and your baby.
Okay, here's the question. Is there women's business and man's business? Are they 2 things that we should keep separated?
But
yes, there is 100% women's and man's business. However, it takes 2 to make a child, so you should be there when it comes into the world.
Bullshit.
Yeah, but you have to be in the room though, because they used to do it like the woman would be delivered, the baby would be delivered by another woman, right? And then
the best way.
The dude would be in the next room over. He wouldn't be in the room.
Would you rather have a woman or would you rather have a man who knows how to do things the proper way?
Oh hell no!
Well, what would a woman was giving birth, was helping a woman give birth. So why break something that ain't broken? Why reinvent the wheel? It worked just fine.
But the father was still there, and even when there was nobody around, right, to give help the woman give birth, there was times where the father had to sit there and bring his child to this world back then.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
I don't care what y'all say. I don't care what none of y'all say. Cutting my cord Cutting my son's cord was the most rewarding
Thank you,
thing
the
in my
word.
life.
John Burt, my man. I think having a little side party with your mates, watching the cricket, having a slab of VB while your wife is giving birth, fucking mint. Perfect. That's perfect.
But look,
right. And now,
I gotta roll with Black on this one though, because I'm gonna say this: being in that room and watching what she has to go through, for me, it just made me appreciate it even more.
Yep.
What her experience was. You know, I didn't cut. You know, my wife had a C-section, so I didn't cut the umbilical cord, but I was the first person to hold my baby, and that was like that's one of the things that I never forget, bro. So that was a special experience for me.
Yeah, I saw my son before my wife did. Like, that's how it was special it is to me. Like, I got to put eyes on him first. Like, that's just crazy. Like,
gay.
Oh, that's gay. I don't know if there's anything gay about putting first eyes on your son. I don't know if that's gay.
I was gonna say, what the hell we got?
Hey, they did that back in the day, like when
your son
fathers
don't
wasn't in the room. They took the baby out to the father and let the father see the baby after.
Yeah, James, listen, James.
Mom give birth.
Your son doesn't know you exist until he's fucking 4 years old.
What?
Your son doesn't know you exist until he's fucking 4 years old.
That's not true,
that's
bro.
not the point, though. You know.
That's not true at all, bro. My son's been saying, I think the first word my son said was dad. And actually, it's actually common that babies say dada first because it's easier for them to say the da than it is the ma.
Oh, no, King. No, it's because the dad is superior, according to us. That's why.
Oh, that too.
That's why.
Hey, Commander, you love it. You love it, Commander. Yeah, I know. You love it, right? Just saying, you love it.
What about being intimate with your wife when, because like some men say they can't be intimate when the woman's pregnant. They have a hard time.
I had a hard time. Yeah, I had a hard time. I had a hard time late in the pregnancy. I was worried I was going to put a dent in my son's head.
Oh,
no, but no, it's true. It's true. So there's some theory that like having sex late in pregnancy can help to break the waters or whatever. It was a little bit weird, but you still do it, right?
Right.
Which is the weird thing about life. My son is inside my wife, and we're having sex. Make it make sense,
right?
Somebody clipped that. It was weird, but
shut up, Commander.
You still had to get it done.
That had to be a little weird. I mean, I have to say that would be weird.
What's weird? Only speaking from experience, I think my wife being pregnant was probably the sexiest she's ever been in my life.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, bro. Yeah, that's weird.
Bro. She was absolutely sexy as hell. I couldn't keep my hands off her.
Okay.
Hey, Black man, you share a lot of the same sentiment. I don't know. I was about to say, before you said that, I was about to say, I guess I'm fucking morbid or something because for some reason it was like, it was, I don't know what it, bro. I'm not even gonna talk because y'all gonna think.
Yeah,
it's not really considered a threesome, okay? Word, it's okay. You can admit it.
Here's the weird thing.
Okay,
Here's
I'm
the weird
going
thing. Right. I'm not real tall, but I have broad shoulders and I've got a bit of muscle. My mum was like almost 5 foot tall. There was a time in my life when I was rubbing shoulders with my mum's organs.
Huh? Wait.
And that's weird as fuck, right? There was a time I was rubbing shoulders with my mum's organs.
Imagine how weird it was for your mom.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay, we're doing your mama jokes. No,
I'm just saying it's a fact. Like it's weird if right? Like it's like almost like an alien.
We'll ask Kate what she thinks about being pregnant.
Oh, I loved it. Sorry, I haven't been listening to your chat, so sorry. Kieran's just thrown this. Oh, we'll just ask Katie. Okay.
What's it like when you have a child in you who's rubbing shoulders with your organs?
Oh, it's weird as fuck. It's weird as fuck.
She said sweet.
Inside of your belly. Yeah, it's weird.
No,
as
she
fuck.
said weird, not sweet. She said weird,
No,
right?
it's weird. I'm sorry, yeah, it feels weird as fuck, but it's also really beautiful because you've produced this thing that you feel that changes your body for 9 months. But every single day you feel a body change.
But
For
Ozzy,
9 months.
the babies don't be rubbing shoulders. They be kicking us and punching us. Rubbing shoulders. You was in there beating your mama to death. So was my kids. They was in there. Yeah.
Sugarcoat it. They stick those fucking elbows right up inside your ribs. Right up inside those ribs. Oh, they love that shit.
That's crazy.
It's got a roll.
It's crazy how a baby eats.
John Dedman said, "You ever ate too much casserole?" Yeah. men can appreciate pregnancy if we eat too much casserole. Then we know how it feels. Right?
Listen, and women still, like, some women still go to work like that.
What?
Pregnant as hell.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I clipped it. I'm gonna do something with that command. That's definitely gonna be a drop.
Hilarious.
No, I just think women milk pregnancy like it's the worst thing in the world.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Our bodies are built like superior in that aspect.
But it's the only time in our life that we can really fucking milk it and go with it, and like, fuck it. Yes, we are.
Right, Mrs. Markin? And we still produce food for the baby afterwards.
Absolutely.
Man, see, I'm gonna be quiet because, bro, that's bro. Have any of y'all ever milked a cow?
Yep.
No.
I've drank hot milk.
No, I have not milked a cow.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, that's, bro, like if you ever did that,
I milked
then
450 cows twice a day for about 6 weeks.
So let me ask you this. When the woman you was with was pregnant, have you ever just tried to get it to squirt out?
What's that? What's that word?
You ever just squeezed it to make it, squirt out? Or it's like
no.
Hey, before
it squirts out like a pin balloon, like a water balloon pin.
The kid's not around. I mean, it starts to hurt, and you got to help. I mean, you got to do what you got to do.
Bro, I try to use. Look, bro, I'm very creative. One day I didn't have coffee creamer, so yeah.
Keep going, we're gonna clip this. Keep going.
Okay, coffee creamer.
Man, hang on.
Breast milk is a great substitute.
The word. They're gonna clip you, bro. Stop now, bro. They're gonna clip you.
I'm just being, bro. Do you know is in France they use breast milk to make ice cream, bro?
Yeah, who cares? But here's the thing. Here's the weird question, right? Why are women's breasts food for babies and sexual for men? That's
no idea.
What the fuck is that, right?
Yeah, what is that?
I know, right? We all love titties as men.
Yeah.
But when we're babies, it's like lunch. What the fuck's going on there?
Karen, where do you think?
But when you're grown-ups, it's like lunch too.
Baby, bro.
Don't call me mama. No, don't fucking call me mama.
That's one thing I'm gonna go continue to enjoy and not try to figure out. I don't even care.
Yeah. Don't think too hard. Don't think too hard.
What's crazy though?
Maybe like people saying it does have something to do with like when you first become when you're a baby. What if it's like a reminder of what it was like? I guess I don't know. It could.
But girls, feed the same way too.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so, James.
Sexual though.
Yeah, James, you're being a bit eatable, like the eatable complex, like.
Eatable complex? What is
eatable complex? Yeah.
I have no idea.
The edible complex.
I'm not trying to overthink this stuff though either.
Starts with an O.
I'm not trying to overcomplicate it.
It's ancient Greek.
Look it up. It's the edible complex. It starts with an O.
Oh,
Okay. It turns out when we're babies, we like titties for lunch, and when we're men, we like titties for some other reason, which is bizarre. It's bizarre.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It also fulfills you. Fulfills you when you're a baby, fulfills you when you're an adult. I like what Robert said. Did you guys read his comment? He said it's
What did he
because
say?
men are programmed to be attracted to a woman who has the ability to provide nourishment for the child.
Right. That's why hips. That's why wider hips are another big turn on too, because you know that they're childbearing hips. I mean, these are all just things that are built into us.
Drop that sauce.
like I said, I'm not trying to overthink it. I'm just trying to find
Yeah,
a
I think
to have a baby with.
Yeah, I think
as a baby, you don't know. Like you're only obsessed with the fact that it's a boob because you get nourishment from it. You have no idea that it's a tit. Like it's not even a body organ. It's just that's what you
don't
eat.
know the name of it as a baby.
Right. So it's literally just food to you. So of course you're gonna cling on to it because you're like, that's what I need to survive. That's what I need to live. As a man, you're just like,
do y'all believe that men can produce breast milk?
actually, my perspective is she's kind of like me, except she has titties. It's really simple.
But listen, do y'all believe?
Honestly,
Do y'all believe that?
Hey, who cares?
Do y'all believe that men can produce breast milk?
Hell no.
No.
If the man producing breast milk, something wrong with him.
Yeah, correct.
He produces other kind of milk.
Yeah, but not baby food. Not baby food. No, that's fucking retarded. That's the worst. That's a fucking abuse of children.
No, but as crazy as it seems, a man can produce breast milk.
But
he has to have a problem. It has to be a hormone imbalance or
some medical condition.
No, it's all fucked up. No, it's all fucked up. Fuck that shit.
He said he didn't want to hear that shit. I'm sorry.
No, it's gyneclomastia or some shit like that. But it is definitely a hormone imbalance where men start developing breasts, but it's not like milk. It's like I forgot the name of.
It's not nourishment.
No, it's actually toxic. The shit that they leak out their breast.
Right.
I
forgot
the name.
It's not a lactation. It's not a lactation. It's more of a secretion, like he was saying. It's more of a more of a like it's a bad thing that it's happening because it's a hormone imbalance.
Same thing that men can get fucking breast cancer.
Oh yeah, 100% they can. Yeah.
Yeah, so who fucking cares about this? Right.
That's what John's saying in the chat. He's like, this is getting messy. Are you not entertained?
Hey, the word. Your chat is fucking lit tonight.
Bro, and by the way, appreciate y'all,
right. And the chat always wins, bro. Well, unless they fucking lose. Why?
How do they lose?
By being fucking retarded. Oh, I said it again. Right.
Oh shit.
What's a good word replacement for that?
Replacement for the R word?
For the R word, yeah.
What about woman?
Oh shit. Yo.
Intellectually declined. That's what good we can say.
The chat are being fucking women tonight.
He said very close and tolerant. Damn, what did we start? What did I start? Damn.
You started it, Commander.
I started it. I know. My bad, guys. Girls.
Damn, if I was in the chat, I would have thought that Ozzy was calling us pussies. Damn. He said the chat is being women.
Well, girl, girl, you kind of are pussies, right? Right?
I'm going to hell tonight. I am in hell with that.
Yeah, this is me being Commander's gruff Australian fucking man, right?
Oh shit. Okay, Commander started this. It's Commander's fault. Free Commander.
I want to ask a very controversial question because as of right now, I am the only person on this panel that's considered, Black, African American, however you want to identify. So I'm
I thought about it.
seeking.
I thought about identifying as black.
I ain't talking to you, but I want to ask a controversial question. How do y'all feel about like black men degrading black women?
How do we feel about that?
And what?
Yeah, like when y'all see that, like if y'all go on the street
in
and
what-
you hear a bunch of black men degrading black
I don't think
women.
I don't think
Well, in
like
what
men
sense?
shouldn't degrade women. It doesn't matter like who they are, what race they are.
Believe all women. So the word. Do you think the word. Do you think black men prefer black women or white women?
Me personally, even though I'm married outside
Not
my
you
race,
personally.
I
No,
think
generally.
I think people desire what they look like in general. I mean, if you're talking about like a desire, what they look for, most people like commonality.
So black men don't seek out white women.
I'm not saying that's not true neither. Because it's a group of men who seek out other women of their race.
Right. Right.
But
Exactly.
generally speaking,
There's
I
tons of
think
white
it's a
dudes who
commonality.
go after just black dudes or black women. Tons of white guys that prefer black women.
Yeah, they just prefer black women. So, but this is why I asked that question, because it's not often that I go through society, not just on the internet, but I hear people complaining about, maybe they wife or their girlfriend, but I don't see other races just downing the women in their race.
Well, here's a question. Here's a question for panel. Let me drop a bomb, hand grenade in the princess's fucking bedroom. Do you think there is one most beautiful race out of all races?
The human
Yeah,
race.
yeah, the human race. Commander, you beat me to it.
Get the fuck out of here! Don't do that.
There's only one race, the human race.
Yeah,
No, I understand what you're saying, because like I said, most people go desire what they are. But like for me, like to look at one race and say, I think like women in general are like artwork to me. I think all women are beautiful in their own special way. Now, they got different looks, different sizes and stuff like that. But I think all women are beautiful.
You can't find one woman who you think's a fucking shit cunt. Is there not one woman?
No, but that's different.
I ain't saying that. No, it's some nasty women. It's some. I'm gonna use the term homely looking women. I'm gonna use that term. But generally speaking, I don't think one race is superior to another race as far as phenotypes or looks and stuff. Everybody unique. Middle Eastern women got a unique look to them. White women got a unique look to them.
Mm-hmm.
Mexican women got a unique
Brazilian women.
look to them.
So do you think if
hold on one second. Can I bring you back to your other question when you're talking about like how black men treat black women? Is it how common is it in other cultures for like the black women to be so masculine?
Watch your words.
Yes, when it comes to the relationships, because you got to admit that in that culture, a lot of black women aren't afraid to speak their mind. They're not afraid. They kind of go. I'm not saying that they're like all
control.
You know what I'm trying to say? Like they're.
No, I know what you're saying.
The stereotype is that they're mouthy, right? And they'll
not
controlling.
Yeah.
I'm not even saying that, because like even just a standard, like she grew up with a great dad, and her dad told her, "You're not gonna take shit from no man. You're not gonna." So then in that culture, she voices her opinion. She's not gonna hold back. So I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that's okay for black men to treat black women. Maybe more prevalent because of the culture in that sense.
No, blackout. Don't worry about race. It's more about gender. So, should women respect their men? Yes, that will solve half the world's problems.
Well, right. Yeah, no, I agree.
That's all the problems we're talking about.
Yeah,
But-
James.
You know where-
Man, that solved all the problems. The men will be in charge.
Yes,
You know what I find interesting with black people, like they'll say they want black like excellence, black love, and they refer to themselves a lot of times like king and queen. But then I see like the people in the chat with Kendra, which is mostly black singles, and the chat is so terrible to them. And it's mostly like, right, it's mostly a black community. And they're just like in the chat dogging and dogging.
Just going
And
back to
why?
just going back to women respect your men, and the world will be a better place. Simple as that.
And
Black, yellow, red. Who fucking cares? Women respect your men. The world will be a better place.
But a lot of black people
And-
want to see black people with other black people together. But then I feel like they don't give it a chance.
But I would say this too. Let's be a little bit more concise too, because what Blackout was saying, I think that like when you look at like African culture, you don't really see that. I think it's more of American, and I think a lot of it has to do with the conditions that they were put in. You know, a lot of black women in America had to play that masculine role. Now that things are kind of stabilizing, they don't know how to come out that role. This is just my perspective, right?
Yeah, no. That makes perfect sense. Because exactly,
But did they have
a lot of black women had to step into that father role as a mother too, and so then exactly it kind of made this whole culture shift of they kind of came a little more masculine in their temperament.
And I even be honest with you, right? I haven't experienced that. Like I've seen not personal experience, because even when you're talking about, like I was saying this earlier, when you talk about black culture, I forget the chat I was in, but this dude, he made a great observation. It's tiers to it, right? So when we say black culture, a lot of times we look at the lower end. So like where I grew up at, most of my uncles and auntie, it was a 2-family household. Even though my grandmother, her husband died, so she raised my mother alone after that. She didn't get remarried after her second husband. But
what do you mean by lower end? Like lower economically?
Yeah, I'm gonna say you see a lot of that, like the stereotypes that's put on black people. A lot of that you will see people conform in more of the impoverished areas. Like when you talk about ghetto, what is the ghetto? That's poverty stricken. So now you can understand the nature of behavior of the people. But if you had black people who were like in middle class or upper class, you don't see a lot of those traits on them. You don't
So
see
would you say like most black people lived in those type of communities?
I wouldn't even say most. I wouldn't.
No. He said what I think he's trying to say is
I wouldn't even say majority.
That the smaller.
Well, there was this one black guy who became the president of the United States.
Yeah, but they didn't just come out of slavery into middle class, is what I'm saying. Like
no, but
okay,
at one point in time.
Commander, do you think America invented slavery?
No, but we're not talking about who invented. We're just talking about like the black American experience.
But even when you look at
Commander, are you black?
No, I'm not black.
Well, how dare you speak on behalf of black people?
I'm not speaking on behalf of black people. I'm just saying like they didn't just come out into middle class, like that had to be built.
Right? So hey, wait a minute.
Hold on, you got to take this into consideration too. Again, like I said, that to me, honestly, even coming out of slavery, all black people weren't enslaved. Some black people had slaves, so there were upper class. Black people. They called them the bourgeois. There's a whole book about the bourgeois Negro who were already middle class to upper class, pre and post slavery. So,
but what percentage was that compared to? Like a small percentage?
How about?
And then, Commander, at the same time, you think that as soon as they release the slaves, they're like, "All right, you guys are all on your own. Go fuck yourselves now. You go fend for yourself." No, a lot of what they ended up doing is a lot of slave owners had to pay them
Yeah, like a
granted,
job.
yes, they still had to build it up, but still, like you take 2-3 generations of that, and that's going to create middle class because they're all hardworking. Like that's just all they did, so that's all they really knew at the time. So a lot of times they did go up in the middle class. What I was thinking, what we're just trying to say is that what it ends up is the stereotype that's broadcasted is such a small percentage, but it's broadcasted like that's what black culture is as a whole.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah,
not
and it's
necessarily
not.
what
In
it is.
today's society, like
Right,
now.
and yeah,
And it's not. There's a lot of. I mean, just look throughout history. The inventions black people contribute, the
right.
intellect, that they contribute to different fields. So no, it is for some reason the society always focus on the lesser and use that to build these stereotypes. You know what I'm saying? So like I said,
So
like
an agenda. It's an agenda.
yeah, it's the separation of people. You know what I'm saying? You think that's how they like. I'm not even gonna get into all that, but at the end of the day, yeah, we have to deal with racism, right? But racism is just a byproduct of classism. That's just a way to keep us separated and not focusing on the 1%,
Well, that's
but
true. Yeah.
bickering. We bicker with one another. Like even like who had it worse or who didn't. That's what we bickering about. But it's the people at the top that's still like pissing on us. Like yeah, it's raining. It's raining.
The problem when it comes down to racism is the only person who can really truly decide if you're racist is you. Like not anybody else. Nobody else can tell you you're racist because it's only your true intentions and know what your heart feels and what you really think. So no matter what kind of face mask you want to put on or anything, like that's what really gets me is when I hear other people calling other people racist. It's like you don't know. Like how do you know what their true heart is or what their intention is? Like you can't say. I mean, granted, there are people who are just blatantly racist that will flat out say they're in their own words they're racist. But then I would exactly say they know that they're racist. They say it. But like when you just get these people that just instantly start throwing insults, especially on the internet and on YouTube and stuff and panels, are like, "Oh, you're racist." It's just like, but do you even know what that means anymore? Because it seems like a lot of people don't.
Can I highlight someone's comment in the chat because I don't want to ignore it? The LA Project said that some of those
LA
communities
Project
were
in here?
destroyed. Yeah.
Oh, what
up,
up,
LA
sis?
Project?
Hey, if y'all can drop her link, man, she be having some great conversations over there. I'm happy you found your way over here. She be having y'all go check LA out. She be having some great conversations, great panels too.
Ooh, Waba's here too. But yeah, she's
Ooh.
saying like some of those communities were destroyed and looted as well. Like the people that, did start to become middle class, a lot of times they got destroyed.
Rosewood, Tulsa, that's history, bro.
It's called Rosewood.
It was people, bro. They would bomb places, bro. Like flew planes and drop. You ain't never heard of Tulsa? They did that in Philadelphia, man. Back in the day, Rosewood. It was what is another community in Florida. That they totally like when black people start building themselves up. This is the time y'all gotta. I mean, it's not too far removed from American history where people was getting lynched, man. There's some of them people who still alive who witnessed, people getting lynched and stuff, bro. So like American history is kind of fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So
really,
like,
bro, you're bringing up lynching. Is it happening today?
That still happens today.
Happening. It's still happening over here, bro. That shit's still happening over here. Yeah, really? It was just a couple months ago. Well, in November, they found a black man hanging, and they got a video where it was like 4 white people at a camp resort was trying to hang a black dude.
And guess what? The news doesn't really a lot of times they hide that stuff. They don't. You know what I'm saying? We don't hear about it all the time. We have to the select few, and a lot of times it's hidden.
But this is the problem, though. This is the problem. On both, I'm gonna show the problem on both sides. Some people believe it don't happen, and then some people just feel because it's still happening that everyone is doing it. So that's where the conflict comes in, because this is why I do not discount anyone's personal experience, right? No matter what color they are, what race they, I don't discount that because everybody had their own stripes. So I would listen to other people. Like I didn't understand, like me being black, right? My wife told me how it felt when people told her, "Oh, go back to your own country, speak your own language and stuff like that." And until I seen her mother experience it and how it affected her, I'm like, man, you know what my people had to go through? That shit ain't even bad, right? That's how we think. You know, we compare our experiences to other people's experiences just instead of understanding what other people have to go through. But when I seen her mother go through that and the discrimination, like I was about to break the dude's face. Like, you know who the fuck you talking to? That's my mother-in-law. But before that happened, I'm like, man, that shit ain't even bad. You know what my people had to go through? But that was my own ignorance, right? Discounting someone else's experience because it's different from mine.
That's the difference between empathy and sympathy. Is putting yourself in their shoes or feeling bad for somebody else. That's what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times, like, you know, the people who are not black, right? It doesn't matter if we're white, Latino. Like sometimes we can't win. We can't win.
No, you'll never
sometimes
win
people don't.
comparing.
Sometimes black people
Ahead.
don't want us to be nice to them because they think it's, I don't know. Sometimes that's even wrong to do because they think that we're doing it for some other reason other than just treating people like people.
Right. Well, then I would argue that person isn't going to be happy regardless of who you are or what you do. That person's
There
caught
you
up in
go.
a whole other world of turmoil. But I
And
know exactly
see,
what you mean. There are tons of people. I mean, you'll get that with a lot of cultures where they don't like you simply because of the way you look and what color skin you are. It doesn't matter if you're the most nicest, pleasant person in the world. They'll spit on you before they take $1 from you.
and I think the important part about what you just said too is the individual. Because I'm
Right.
not gonna deny that you go experience some black people, they don't want your empathy or sympathy. They don't care what you think because you don't understand. You go meet people like that. It's not
Yeah.
just black people though. You go meet people who with the Ukraine thing. You know, we got a lot of
Yep.
Ukrainian
Every color.
people over here, and you try to show them they don't want to hear that shit because you ain't have to experience. But that's still on an individual base. I wouldn't put a jacket on a group of people
No.
because you will meet some people within that group that will have dialogue like this, who can have conversations and accept your empathy and sympathy, whatever
But
you do.
put yourself in my shoes. If that's what this is, just like, I'm not saying that's my experience, but like let's say that's my experience and that's what I'm experiencing from black people. It's like I can't win. You want me to understand, but you don't want me to understand. You want us to feel like accountable, like we owe something, but then you don't want me to empathize. Like at some point you have to like open the door and like try to work with people so that things get better, because things don't get better that way. Like you said, then it just creates a continued division.
And I would say this too: those people, don't deal with them. You know what I'm saying? Just don't deal with them. You can't. It's impossible.
Exactly. Yeah. No
You know
matter
what I'm
what you
saying?
do,
So
no matter how hard you try, those individual people, you're never gonna break through that ice. You're never gonna break through that barrier.
you never. And those people, you can't build nothing with them anyway. So
Right.
one
And
second,
that's
y'all.
years. That's years that they built up that barrier. You're never gonna break through it. It's ingrained in their soul since they were raised. Like those are the kind of people that, yeah, no matter who they are, you can't do shit for them.
But can you see how some people, some groups or ethnicities will then just shut them all out?
Oh yeah,
Like, okay, I'm not
absolutely.
messing with
Yeah,
y'all.
yeah.
I'm gonna keep away.
Absolutely. See, the way I would do the perfect way I would push it is me and the religious community. Kind of same situation happened there. Because of the questions I asked and the answers I wasn't getting, and I went to multiple different religions, and it was always the same thing. It was like they always like pushing me out, pushing me away. Like you're an outcast, you're a nothing. Like that's like,
Yeah,
well
you're
then
not
fine,
good enough.
right? So it's fine. Fuck y'all. And then I don't listen or talk to none of them anymore. And I gave up on it. Exactly. So yeah, no, on the flip side, I can totally believe it. Like because of other people's actions, it totally jaded me towards religion in general. Granted, yeah, I'm meeting some different people, so things could change or might change or whatever down the line. But yeah, 100%. by the way people react, I could 100% see how they get pushed away, and you can feel like giving up. Exactly. But then that turns into a big circle of hate, because then you teach that to everybody you know and all your
Mm-hmm.
kids and everything, and then they're just going to be ingrained with, well, don't trust these people because they're hateful, and they're, and then it becomes a cycle. And that's
But
the
it is
problem.
not necessarily racist, because I know people that they're not necessarily racist. They're just going to keep distance because they
Right.
don't
Yeah,
feel
give me
like they
one.
can interact.
Give me one
Okay, go ahead.
second. Let me respect the super chat. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy. Oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi.
And
Oh, did he drop? He dropped.
he did. Oh,
Yeah.
Ozzy dropped. But like this, like even this conversation, I think it's important to hear the different perspective, because a lot of times, like I said, I don't fit in nowhere, bro. I don't fit into the pro-black community. I don't fit into. I don't fit in, so I had to create my own lane, because like I understand, like all white people ain't fucking bad, bro, and all black people ain't good for me. This is just my life fucking experience, right? That's just reality. People, if they good people, they good people, no matter what color, race. Now we can talk about history, but even talking about history, what we have to, I'm speaking for black people, what one of the hardest parts to conceive is that it's white people who died for our freedom too, bro. Like, so even if it's a small fucking group, that's still dishonoring people who sacrifice themselves up, So even those individuals, I'm not going to disrespect their lineage, because they sacrificed, for my ancestors. So I'm going to recognize that, but I know the history. And like I said, when people are willing to have conversations and understand my point of view or my experience, I'm open to interact with those people. It's the people who try to deny, like, okay, yeah, that wasn't bad, or slavery, like those people, we got an issue, bro. Because I'm just speaking my experience. My grandmother told me stories where people came in her house and took her uncle out hung from a tree in front of the house. That shit was fucking traumatizing to her. That was a reality to her.
Right.
So to deny what my people went through that's like saying fuck me in my face. I'm not saying you have to feel sorry. I'm not saying you owe me anything, because you don't nobody owe me a goddamn thing, and I'm not looking for nothing. Like even if someone says sorry, that ain't gonna do shit for me. I'm just being honest, but
Right.
at least if you're willing to listen to me, just listen. You don't even have to agree, but if you're willing to listen to me, I think that's common ground. You know what I'm saying? And just like I didn't, until I matured, I didn't understand when white people said, when they felt like they were being attacked because of what I'm just speaking my own personal experience, because when I was younger, like I said, I was immature, and I used to look at all white people the same. Like, y'all people put my people through this, so y'all bad. So until I was mature enough to listen to people, like, hold on, bro, I didn't do that. I understand it was fucked up, it was wrong, but why are you taking it out on me? And when I was matured enough to understand, like, you know what, they didn't, even if their ancestors did it, they didn't do it. They learned from the mistakes. They don't feel the way they felt. So I can build with this person. I can have some type of relationship with this person where we can have common ground, have positive, effective conversations, and build together. I got friends from all through different races. I'm cool with a lot of different type of people, and I learned a lot from them. And hearing their stories, their experience, like, Ozzy said, the shit he went through in Ireland and had to move to Australia, you can appreciate that. I don't have to compare my strife against his. I can just learn from his experience. He can learn from mine. And we can just get understanding of one another. That's the type of shit I'm on.
I was thinking about this the other day. You know how we were talking about, like, in prison, how they separate, like, the blacks separate, the whites separate, the Latinos, the Asians. like sometimes I think like in real life outside of prison, sometimes people are forced to separate into groups depending on where they grew up, like their hood. It's sometimes they just had to, just like in prison, sometimes for survival purposes, people have to
Well, I think
join a
it's more
group.
of a. I think it comes down to more of a creature comfort thing. Like they just think that they're more comfortable to surround themselves with people that they think have like views. But a lot of times, like I don't know, at least in my experience, when you do that, then that's when you find yourself hating your neighbors and getting in a lot of disagreements and shit because it's just because they look like you don't mean that they're just like you. At least in my experience.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I see what you mean though. Like, because naturally, everybody kind of segregates in a sense, and exactly a perfect example is in prison, because even if that's not your intention, like you're pushed into that system, and you're gonna segregate. You're gonna have to pick a side at some point, and you know who you gonna choose. You know, you end up getting a lot more people pissed off if you start playing the advocate, where it's like, oh, I'm gonna sit with the freaking Mexicans, or you know, I'm gonna sit with the Native Americans today. It's like, okay, yeah, well then you're gonna not only piss off a lot of the natives, you're gonna piss off all the white guys off. And now you got everybody.
Now you're shunned on both sides.
So a lot of times in that environment, you're just like, I'll just go with what looks like me. And a lot of times they don't agree at all with anything that their own race is saying. Like they're just like, you guys are all crazy. I would never do any of this outside of here. Like you guys are all nuts. But I want to stay alive. I don't want everybody trying to beat me up in my sleep because I sat at the wrong table to eat freaking lunch. You know, like it's crazy.
And you know what else is crazy? Like growing up, like I got a mixed family. I got Filipinos, Chinese people, black, white, Native American. You know, my family is like mixed. I grew up, I didn't understand what racism was until I moved to Detroit. You know, I was 9 years old, but that's when I actually experienced segregation, you know. But like being older and mature now, I watched a lot of my family members and cousins. We had a tight-knit family, so we cool. But outside of that, I watched them struggle in social groups because they were mixed, you know. In one group, they wasn't black enough. In one group, they wasn't white enough. So they wasn't really accepted in social groups. And like those dynamics, that shit is fucked up, bro. That I'm just being honest. Like, I can't imagine because I don't have that experience, you know. The experience that I have is not being omitted because I'm mixed, but being omitted because of what I say and how I think, you know.
Right.
But just being prejudged, predicated upon my parents, you know, that has to be fucked up. And I seen like a lot of, I seen a lot of confusion within like biracial kids, and that was one of the fears I had, you know, having kids with my wife, you know, because she Middle Eastern. But we found a healthy balance, you know, where they indulge in both, you know, cultures, you know, and we create an environment where it builds confidence and self-esteem within them, so they don't look for outside validation. That's the intent. They still young, but that's the environment that we build, you know. But I always thought that was kind of, always sympathize with you know, biracial people, because you even hear it on this app, you know, people don't feel, you know, they white enough or they don't feel they black enough to, when at the end of the day, you know, we all people, man. If we want to separate because of color, then I mean, that's why we in the condition and position we're in today, you know. But
sorry.
What you gotta say, James?
Good.
I was just saying, yeah, I was agreeing with them and everything.
Integration at the same time. Yeah, I don't even think like what happened here in America, what they call integration. I think it was more of a simulation. I don't think it was integration at all. I don't see no evidence that it was actually integration. It was more like, black people simulated into the American, or
Like
at that
white
time, white
culture.
culture. Yeah, it was more of a
It's more of
simulation versus.
assimilation, integration.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
integration would have meant that we would have adapted more of the black culture immediately, and that didn't happen. It took time for black culture to creep back in, at least
yeah.
from my understanding. So yeah, we didn't mesh right away. Exactly, was you can conform to the way we do things over here, and then exactly.
Mm.
That's a whole nother problem, right? Like
Right.
sometimes you hear people saying, like, talking bad about, oh, you just, like, would you call it, simulated to the white culture, so that's bad.
Assimilated, yeah.
Yeah, simulated. Yeah, that's more or less what happened. It wasn't really no integration. It was more of an assimilation. But
So what do you think your family did? Do you think they
well,
were able to still keep their culture?
Well, we did. I speak my native tongue, so even though there's people who would say Native Americans weren't melanated, that's not true, because my family, we have Seminoles and we also have Blackfoots. Like, if you look up Blackfoot, it'll tell you there's only 2 tribes, but it was actually 4. It was 2 class of warrior tribes, which my family came out of, but they were damn near wiped out. There's only, like, right now, there's only 27 of us. So, I mean, and most of them is in Canada now. But even when they came off, the people who assimilated into the culture, I got cousins who don't speak the native tongue no more. It wasn't taught to them, because you have to understand that too. Like, when you not only look, it's documentaries on how people were reclassified as Negroes that was actually native. There's different books you can read how when they did bring slaves over here, it was people that looked like them, but they had different cultures, different language, different beliefs. Those were Native Americans. Those wasn't Africans. A good book is The Accurate Description of America. It shows how it was dark melanated people, and those were the Seminole Indians they met. So, I mean, but it's people on here. I forgot who panel I was. I didn't go on a panel, but Young Rhea shared a brother out, and it was people arguing like, no, the haplotypes, the phenotypes, those were, we called ourselves copper people. Like, even if you look at me now, my skin turns colors. I'm dark on one side and I'm light skin on the inside. That's because I absorb sun. So in the summertime I get darker, and in the wintertime I get lighter. We copper tone. I'm not black.
But regardless,
my phenotype is different from African.
Oh, so you free tone like me.
Yeah, I'm like, my hair turned, like, in the sun, my hair turned sandy brown. We red people, man. We copper people. My daughter's hair is doing that already. My dad hair do that. Like, almost all the males in my family, our hair turn red.
Exactly. I try to explain it to people. In the summer, I turn red, and they're like, "Oh yeah, all white people burn." I'm like, "No, it's a different kind of red. Like, I'm a redskin. Like, I'm a native. Like, it's not. I'm not full on native. The only time it, like, really triggers is when I tan. Like, I don't get tan. My skin gets like a reddish hue, like copper. Yeah, I guess is a better way to explain it. Yeah, it's like a copper. Yeah, it's not like a normal tan. And
so now let me. What kind of what kind of, do you know what kind of Native American you are?
Lakota.
What native blood? Lakota. I was about to say, usually the Sioux, Seminoles. It was like 8 groups called copper people, but that's why they called us copper, because when the sun hit us, our skin changed color. It goes to like a little reddish hue. Say Scottish. And look, check this out.
Yeah, my hair color changes. Yeah, my beard, everything. Yeah, as the season changes, my hair slightly changes too.
So does that happen with every tribe then? Is that kind of
no? That's the
tribes.
Yeah, I get the information. I know it's 8 different tribes that they identify. One of the characteristics of that, But John, check this out. My last name, my my I think fifth removed great grandfather was Irish. That's where I get my last name from. And they consider him white, but he was swarty. Y'all know what swarty mean, right? Is like a swarty is like a what are they, a burnt color, like a burnt red color. That's what they called the swarty people. And he was swarty with red hair. So yeah, some of that comes from them. And my grandmother, his wife was actually Cherokee. She was a slave though. She was an indentured servant. He actually bought her whole family and freed them. And his family disowned him for that. But he was the rich one, so he didn't care.
Waba is saying, hold on, what did he say? He said Seminoles, the Spanish called a Negro Seminole. It means runaway slave, bro. And then he says, we stayed with the indigenous but was segregated. I was diagnosed with a rare skin condition found in ancient Egypt slaves.
Yeah,
that's what Waba said.
Seminole, that's how they describe Seminoles, but Seminole is actually I can't pronounce it. That's the, if you want to say grammatic understand or pronunciation of the word, but is Semini, and that means from earth. You know, we like Native Americans were more descriptive, so that's how we identify things, by relation. And because our skin was dirt, like the dirt, we called ourselves Semini. That means came from earth. So, but I know what he's saying too. You know, yeah. There's a lot of places actually. Tasmania. Melanated people were in Ireland, Scotland, not just Africa. That's fact. Melanated people were everywhere. If you look throughout history, look at the word swarty. That was another word for Negro, or negra, which was the original. That's where they get Neor. You know, different. There's always some type of N word that describes black people. Even Niji or Naga. Naga is a Hindu word that describes the reptilian deities, but they also used it for the darker Indian people because they were the ones in consort with the gods at that time, was the darker people. So they called them the Nagas. And the Naga was the actual god, but the Naga was the people who had the connection with those gods. So it was a lot of the N words meant dark or black or from earth.
Stoic says that are we not still slaves? We don't actually know what it means to be free. We think we're free, but we're not.
They just switched the shackles from our wrist to our mind.
and then is that what you would call the classism,
Well, classism births other things such as racism, sexism. That's why I say, I mean, these are all distractions. I'm not, I don't, I think talking to my sister, she says, we talk about like emotional trigger words. So if I say racism and use the term distraction, people would think that I'm downplaying the effects of racism, and I'm not. But what I'm saying is, even after you get past racism, you have to deal with classism.
Like the bigger picture.
Yeah, it's a barrier. It's a wall there. So once you overcome one thing, then it's something else. For every level is a new devil. So even if I become wealthy and get past all, I got more money than anybody can want, I still got to deal with. Now I got there's gonna be people with more money trying to make sure I don't get to their level to have the influence or impact that they have, because, you know, we all feel like if someone has just as much as us, they're taking something away from us. So you still got to deal with that, you know.
Yeah, it's a touchy subject.
Yeah. And so like a lot of words that we use, like they kept saying, like when we say when we use the term culture, like if I say black culture shows this or shows that, it's going to be someone from that culture who doesn't personify that, and it's going to be pushback because now you're grouping them with something that does not affect them. And like, so if I say something like white people culture is to go around plunder and pillage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I can say that because history shows different groups of white people went around and did it. But is that fair to someone who does not fit in that stereotype? Now I'm putting a jacket on them that don't fit. So it'd be better if I delineate and be more concise and name the specific culture that did that and the time period. I think that's just more responsible so we can have dialogue instead of putting people in defensive mode. And instead of talking about the context of what I'm saying, now we trying to define who fits where, and that's where a lot of the conflict come on. So putting coats and jackets on people that don't fit is not effective and efficient when having dialogue. So I'm still learning, that too. So
we should respect each other, come together, and just try to live the best life you can while we're here, because it doesn't last forever. It's only a short time that we're here.
Now, and if we can make a positive impact, guess what? It's going to affect the people coming up behind us. So if we can get shit straightened out and pave a road for them to travel and they can pay further than us, that's ideal. And, like I said, I do not denounce I'm not going to sit up here and act like racism doesn't exist, like racist people don't exist. I'm not denouncing that. But it's enough information out here. I personally I'm a follower of the late great Neely Fuller, and he told us all about white supremacy. So we have a plan of action. You just got to put those things into play, and you won't be affected. I can't personally name a way that I was affected by. I can name 2 ways in my lifetime where I was affected by racism. Right? I can name 2. Those prevent me. It was came, so it didn't prevent me. So I'm not going to sit up here and act like that is not an issue and problem for me. And if it's an issue and problem from other people, I can direct them to the information where that problem can be, I'm not going to say totally alleviated, but it can help. Now, as far as how it affects other people, I can't do nothing about that. I'm not going to deny a person their own personal experience and say they don't experience it, because I know it exists. But what I'm telling you, there is ways to combat it, right? And there's effective and efficient ways to do it.
Do you think like Tariq and all the FBA movement, do you think it's more, it could be more detrimental than beneficial? Like all that rhetoric?
I think
because a lot of people look up to Tariq, and
I think it could be beneficial. Can it be harmful? It can be. Everything has duality to it, but I don't see a problem with FBA. Is there extremists in there? Yeah, there's extremists in every group, but I think it's doing more help for people than harming people. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but a lot of the dialogue that, like I said, is people. I think if people that's non-FBA, just let people do what that's their shit. Let them rock out with
let them rock
you don't get emotionally affected. But when you go combat it, then people go be in defense, and you go have unscrupulous behavior from both sides. That's just what's gonna happen.
There's like a lot of emotion and a lot of like, the talk about like tethering and the other races, and I feel like sometimes it can like promote like hate.
But a lot of that
like
stuff
division.
Well, a lot of that stuff do exist, especially the tethering. Like I said, I can't deny that, because I can point out certain people who come into because they melanated and they come into black communities and they're not beneficial. They're not helping. They're actually hurting. Like Kai Cenat, he came and said Black Americans don't have culture. Like, bro, you getting money off of our culture, so you go get pushback when people do that shit. People will stand up and take up for their shit. So. But I'm not saying like all melanated people that's non-African. It's not everybody. That's the problem. We need to start addressing things on individual aspects instead of putting blankets and coats on people that don't fit. When you do that, that's when more people get involved who could have been an ally.
there's people that are like raised here in America as black from Jamaica, from other countries, but they were born here. Maybe their parents were born here, but then some of them get some of them get hate because the people say, "Oh no, you're not really black. You're not really a black American," even though they were born here and they were raised here and they had a black experience. They get put down.
And I would say this too. You got to look at it now. Just be open minded to what I'm about to say, right? The people who came out of slavery here, the Black Americans, we have a different experience, right? And a lot of times when people come over and they share similar stripes, but they don't have the history. And when they try to downplay what we've been through, you got a lot of black people to say who came here from other countries, like Africans. I used to get into it with Africans all the time, like, oh, we can pull ourselves up by our bootstrap. Why can't you? Like, bro, do you know the history? Do you know what we had to go through so you can come over here and pull yourself up by your bootstrap? And you
But if
just
they
go
come
shitting
here
on
with
us?
nothing, right? Like if they come to America with nothing and they've been here for 3 generations or 4 whatever it is, and let's say they're born on the same day as a foundational black African American, sorry. Like you're saying that they have a different experience, like they grew
They
up
have a
in the
different
same
history.
neighborhood. They have a
They
different
don't.
history, but in their today world, they went to the same school, they were born American citizens, their skin is black,
That don't.
they experienced racism, maybe they experienced the same systemic racism.
Now this is the biggest issue, right? They, like you said, they came from another country, right? Just say they came from Kenya, just to be more concise. Say a person came from Kenya, they've been over here 3 generations, right? Now they can say they black, right? But guess what I can't do? I can't say I'm Kenyan. So it's like you can identify as me, but I'm not allowed to identify as you. But we all black.
But how does that change, like getting a job and
it don't change
working
none of that. But what it changes, you're taking my identity. Like I have a culture, I have an identity, I have an experience here. Now you come over here and you want to take mine, but we all supposed to be black. I should be able to identify as you too, right? How
what
can
are
you
they taking
identify as?
though? Like, what are they taking? Jobs? Are they taking education? Like, what exactly are they taking?
It's not that. You taking my strife, my lineage, my culture. Like they have their own culture. They're Kenyan. So even though they came over here, they still have their religion. They still have their language. And the problem is when people come over here and they identify as black. Okay, you can do that. You can identify as black or whatever. But then those same people be the ones telling us that we should be able to do what they do. When the only reason they can do what they do, the only reason they're over here is because of what we endured, what we went through in civil rights. And you try to downplay my experience and uplift yours because it's cool to be black until it's time to be black. Now you Kenyan again. You see what I'm saying? Oh, now you have a culture. You have that. But what do I have? I still have to deal with being black.
But again, what are they taking? They're not taking your culture, right?
That is, so a Kenyan has their own culture. They have their own language. They have their own belief system. They have their own even clothing. You walk out in dashikis, what they tell you, you're not African, but you can wear what I wear and you can say you black. So what I'm saying, at any point in time, it's not even wearing something, it's the identity itself. And what is your identity? Is your experience, is your lineage, is your historical experience.
But if foundational black Americans did this and like, had created all this, right, that they can benefit from, then why can't the black American benefit too? Why can't the black American benefit? Like when they say, oh, you pull yourself by your bootstraps, like that's what we're doing. Do you think they're taking away from a black foundational American not being able to pull themselves up? Because I would think that they would be the first ones that be able to pull themselves up because they've been here in America longer. They did the things that the Kenya people are benefiting from. So why would they not have more benefit since they've already been here and done.
Even when people and like you said, generations. I can't speak on what people did through the generations, but when people come over here, they get benefits that people not only just not black. It's some white people who've been here for generations and don't get benefits that immigrants get. So if you get a head start, it's easy to pull yourself up. It's some people, not just black people, but even white people who've been here for generations that don't have some of the benefits that immigrants get coming over here. So for you to come over here and tell me what I should be doing, not understanding why you even got over here, why you even allowed this opportunity to do what you did.
So what are the benefits? Because recently, I've seen the benefits recently. I don't know about in the past, because recently, I don't think it's happened in the past where you can come in caravans from other countries and then have housing and have free medical and have.
There's always been the maybe it not ramped up to this degree, but there's always been that where they could come and claim that they're from a nation that they're what do they call that? A refugee status. And in the United States, the policy has always been when somebody comes to claim as a refugee from another country, we take them in and then figure out the rest. They come here first, and then we sort out the paperwork and the details and all that shit.
So they qualify for welfare,
Medicaid, welfare.
Sorry,
Look, I would.
But don't Black Americans also qualify?
They're not. Those people are immediately put on that system because they're not allowed to get a job because they don't have a social security number. They don't have any banks. They have no way. So a lot of them can't even communicate because they don't even know the same language. So they're giving translators. They're giving all the possibilities, all the help that they need. They're giving all that immediately. The problem is when you live here, you have to reach certain barriers. Like you can't make so much money. You have to have so many kids. Like if you're alone, a single person alone, and all of a sudden you lose your job and then you're about to get evicted, you can get zero help, none at all. But if you were an immigrant coming, they'll pay a year's worth of rent in a Section 8 housing. But if I had a job and I've been paying my rent for 5 years and for some reason I lose my job just out of nowhere and I'm facing it, I can go in and I can claim for assistance and help. And they'll be like, how many kids you got? Well, I don't have any kids. They'll be like, well, we can't really help you, man. It's like, what? Why can't you help me? Like, I don't need you guys to pay for a year. Give me a month. Give me some time to get on my feet.
Don't Americans get food stamps? And like, if you don't have a job,
qualify for
that. You gotta qualify for it.
Yeah, you gotta qualify for that.
You would have to have nothing, just like those people have nothing when they come here, right?
Even if you have nothing, there's still other qualifications you have to meet. That's my point. Like, if I was to go in there and try, like, before I had a kid and stuff, like, as a single person, when I was 25 years old, had nowhere to live, I was living in a car. I went in there, I was like, can you guys help me with anything? Anything at all? Gas for my vehicle, anything, like $5, $10, anything. And they're like, well, here, fill out all this paperwork. We'll send it. And it's like, well, I don't have a home address. Oh, well, too bad.
Okay,
what?
I see what you're saying.
What am I supposed to do? Like, how do I get help? Like, they're like, well, we can't help you. You fill out the paperwork, and then if you meet all these qualifications, then we'll help you. The problem is when they come in from refugee status, all those qualifications are immediately dropped because it's like, you're not allowed to work. You can't do that. Like, like if you go to apply for help, they're like, well, can you get a job? Well, yeah, I can. Well, why haven't you got a job yet? Well, I'm looking. Well, okay, great. We'll give you benefits, but 5 days a week, you got to come to a workshop so we can teach you how to get a job. Well, how am I supposed to get a job if I'm stuck going to this stupid workshop 5 days a week? You know, it's like a screwed up system that they play, and then they trap you in it. And then once they start playing their game, then it's like, okay, you can't find a job because you're jumping through their hoops. So then you're stuck on welfare. And then it's like it's like a screwed up thing and then the second you do start finding work, they strip out everything, all the help, all the assistance, everything, and then you're like, well, I just started a job part time, like I'm not able to pay for everything you guys have been helping me with, and then you're back where you started on your ass begging on the street, like how the fuck can I get a hand up?
Yeah, but them little workshops do help. I'm not gonna say
They
here
do.
lies. As a leader in my
100%.
community, I recommend them workshops for people, and it's crazy. Like I tell people, it's the people that get lazy, right?
Right?
Because they
No.
still get
I'll
this.
admit, yeah, absolutely. Those
Because
workshops, like
listen,
when
these
you
workshops they
actually,
train you. Yeah, they train you. They'll give you how can I say that they give you everything that you need, and they'll land you a job. While you're in it, yes, you have to be, on supplemental income. You got to deal with the cash and the food stamps from the welfare and all that. Yes, but the good thing about these things is, or these little workshops, is that some people have been there 3 to 4 months because they're being lazy. Because I'm not gonna
right?
say here, I've seen people, and I've been when I was a part of it. I went into it as a how can I say, like, I don't know what it's called. I'm doing the same thing with like a little therapy thing. It's like, listen, never mind. I made myself like a guinea pig. I don't know how to explain it, but
No, we
anyway,
got you. Yeah.
the little John does work, and they'll pay you. They'll pay for your buses. They give you they'll give you money. They'll give you clothes. Like I said, once again, the people get lazy. Some people have landed jobs within a month of being into these workshops, and they found excuses to leave the jobs because
Like
they
they
don't
take
like
it for granted.
exactly. I'm saying, I'm like, wait, you have to work yourself up. And I sat here and I tried it myself. In 1 year, I went. They helped me jump hoops. These are the type of programs they'll lend you in the type of positions that you be like, yeah, how did this motherfucker get there with no diploma?
Right.
Oh, they give you a start. So why is you quitting? Why is you fucking up? Why is you messing up?
Right. Yeah.
So I can't
And
sit
like,
here and say that they don't work. They actually work if people use them for what they're supposed to. It's like, for example, Word does the coaching. If a lot of moms come together, right? Like, look, listen, Word's doing this. He's doing it through the computer. I ain't gotta go nowhere. My son just gotta be at home for this. This mentorship thing. Shit will be popping, but moms don't want to do that out here. They don't got the time. They don't want to sit down, fill out applications. They don't want to sit down and have the conversations. They don't got time for none of that, but they sure as hell got time to go out here and party, smoke, drink, and fuck Tom, Dick, and Harry. See my point?
Okay, so you think is that like part of
We're
the
the
culture in
problem.
America that other countries don't have
It
that
does.
culture? So like they
I
have a
think we're
different
spoiled in
culture.
America.
Yeah, that spoiled mentality. Yeah, that maybe other countries don't have.
And I would say this too, like back to the immigrant thing. I don't want to say all immigrants got it easy coming in here because they don't. I don't want to
no.
project that. But like, I'm gonna tell you one story, and then I'm gonna let my wife come on here and tell you because we get pissed off at Middle Eastern immigrants to come over here and benefit from the system. And but because she go to work, she got a degree, she busts her ass. Right, but some people over here on welfare getting free fucking checks and they living better than us. And she be like, I'm snitching on their ass because it's fraud. They say they can't work, they can't do it, and they like for you to be on welfare side, you have to have a work history if you're an American citizen. If people coming over here getting put on it and never work a day, never put no labor never put nothing into the system. That's not fair. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest, but life ain't fair. So this is just shit we got to deal with. But if to deny it, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody said, black people got to get it out the concrete. I agree with that because we were put behind the 8 ball. We had to deal with not only slavery, we had to deal with Jim Crow, we still deal with redlining. And to deny that is to deny our experience. And that's where you get defensive, where you get a lot of black people getting pissed off and mad because, okay, some black people, I overcame poverty. My family overcame poverty. But I'm not gonna shit on someone else because I know what it took to get out of that shit. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
gonna shit on a white man. I'm black out. Are you? If you don't mind me asking, are you white?
Yep.
Now you just heard this man experience. This man was living in a car. Where the fuck was his white privilege at? Where was that shit at? You see what I'm saying? So for me to say that he didn't have to experience none, that's gonna put that man in the defensive stance. And guess what he gonna do? He gonna start attacking what I had to, and that's where the conflict come at. Instead of us just having conversation, understanding other, each other's experience, not comparing it. We don't have to compare. What we comparing some fucked up shit for? Just understand that people go through no matter what race, creed. Some immigrants to come over here and get shitted on. I'm not talking about all immigrants, but when you come over here and you are allowed those privileges and then you spit on other people, now I got a problem with that.
Yeah, I got a problem with that too.
I got
You
a
know what I
problem
also
with
have a
that.
problem with? I have a problem with like they're closing down these hotels, these sanctuaries for immigrants, right? This housing that they had, they're closing them down for them. But then I'm thinking, what about all the people that are homeless, and especially the
Yeah.
people who like fought for our country, like the veterans?
They in the street.
Where was the let's put up a whole hotel for them?
Nowhere.
They're in the streets.
23 veterans a day.
That's why I said it's the right way to do it.
It's
23
bad.
veterans a day are taking their own lives because
And that
of
should
what
be
they've done.
zero.
And they can easily get some assistance and help if they got half the respect, just half the respect that a lot of these welfare suckers. Because I'm not even going to talk about the people that like the other. I can't see the name because it's so small. I think Rachel, like she was saying, is some people do use these programs as they're meant to be used as stepping stones, and they get themselves out. Like that's the whole point of it. But there's so many people out there that are just welfare suckers that they make a life off of living on welfare, and it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up.
And what's
Because
crazy
they're
is
ruining it for all the people that can use it.
when it comes to that, when it comes to these type of things, right? You can't sit here and say, "Oh, only blacks do it." No, whites do it, Hispanics do it, all races, all
people do it.
ethnicity, for real. Because I'm in Philly, and I can't sit here and say, "Oh, listen, all white people are rich." No, we got white people here in the hood, in the ghetto. We got white people down here. Like you see them out in the corners, living in cars, like drug addicts, just like the black people and the Hispanics. And I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like we was having this type of conversation the other day, and it's crazy because a few people were saying it. Until the Black Americans don't find their identities the same way that the Tainos are trying to find their identity in Puerto Rico, nothing is going to really be done because half of us don't really know what tribes we come from in reality, unless, as you know, our family has talked about it. Like the word, he knows what his tribe is. I know what my tribe is. You see where I'm coming from? But a lot of people don't. And it's crazy that in Puerto Rico, like in the same place that in the Caribbean, Africa, I'm saying it right, yeah, Africa, Jamaica, and all the places, they're still fighting to be, to claim their lands that have been stolen from them, their identity, and much more. Same way here, the Black Americans in America are fighting to find, for their identities in their land.
Establishing identity. That's I don't mean to cut you. I do. I don't want to apologize for that ignorant. That's my ignorance.
Or better than me.
That's one thing too. That's another thing. Like we're fighting as Black America. We're fighting for our identity, to be able to identify ourselves, and we get so much pushback. No matter what, when we try to claim our heritage, everybody can claim something significant that their people did, but when we do it, it's like it has to be shared, and that shit ain't fucking fair. Let us have our shit. Y'all people have their shit, and we good to go. You know what I'm saying? Like Busta Rhymes claiming like rap. All these people claiming that they invented rap. Like, look, bro, let us have that shit. Okay, let us just have our fucking rap. Okay, let us have the creation of that. You know, we can argue about who created rock and roll, but when we talk about Chuck Berry, when we talk about Little Richie, these was the pioneers of it. But if we say black people created rock and roll and other people came and took that shit to a different level, we can't even have that. You know what I'm saying? But I digress on that. I digress on that. But let us have our shit because everybody else got their shit. We just fighting to our fucking identify ourselves. The name Negro, Black, all that shit was given to us. We can't even classify ourselves. You know what I'm saying? When we do that, it's a pushback, and that's why people get defensive, bro. That's why, like, these conversations be had, and people get so passionate, and when you have to defend yourself, bro, the best line of defense is a fucking attack, bro, and that's what be happening. So if you let people have their experiences, then are we good to go? We can have these difficult conversations. We can come to an understanding. Like, look, I think everyone contribute to the society that we have today, and it's not about who contributed more or nothing like that. Let's just recognize that everyone had contributed, and let's congratulate or pay homage to the contributions that each individual race had in this great country of America. Cause I ain't moving out this motherfucker. I love this shit. I go through what I gotta go through here. I done traveled. I've been around. I've seen some shit, right? And it ain't no other country better than America. I'd rather have the problems I got in America than have problems that these other countries got. There's a reason why refugees pouring into here. You know, but then even when you come over here, then you shit on what we doing or what we established. That's why you got people, you know, you flying these other flags in our country. Name another country you can do that shit in. You ain't even got the right to do that shit. You see what I'm saying? To me, that's disrespectful, bro.
Yeah, you can't cross the border in other countries without getting pew-pewed, you know, for crossing it illegally. I mean,
Right.
Western countries are the only ones that allow that crap.
No, I don't think anybody should oppose like reparations. I think reparations would be good. I don't think it's gonna solve everything, but maybe it will help a
It's
little
not gonna
bit.
solve nothing.
Yeah, but
I will tell you this. I will tell you this about reparations. I don't see why anybody in America got pushed back upon that, because I'm gonna just be real and a little bit of this. I'm gonna give you an ignorant side and I'm gonna give you a positive side, right? If you white and you own something in America, you should be cheering for reparations, because when people get it, guess where they go spend their money with? You own the shit. You know, it'd be some black people who start building and owning shit, but a lot of, I'm not gonna say the majority, but a lot of black people, they just go spend the shit.
it's like a
So it ain't
stimulus.
gonna do nothing but stimulate the economy. That's all the shit go do. Other races are gonna become wealthy too, because black people don't have shit to invest into themselves.
I think reparations should come with like education, like classes and like help as well.
Well, the other downside to reparations is that it's gonna destroy the economy, because
it's gonna destroy it.
It might just like a stimulus. It might, for a very short period of time, it might boost it with a very short boost. But in the end, like after a couple of years, you're gonna end up with this terrible inflation because of how much money they had to pump into the system that came from nowhere.
Because but it's okay to send billions to other countries and invest in other nonsensical things.
No, I completely disagree with sending billions to other country, because exactly that's adding more and more to the debt that we're already in, and it's making our money absolutely worthless. We are no longer like the superpower of the world when it comes to the dollar. It's insane. The value is just getting destroyed, and doing things like that, these stupid, like, just like how they were talking about these Doge checks and shit. Like, anytime you get free money from the government, it isn't free. You end up paying down the line. It always comes back to bite everybody in the ass. As much as I would like to say, pay them the money and do whatever, make everybody happy. No, man, fuck it. It's too late, because who do you pay? Like, how do we know? Like, can you trace the origin of every slave that ever existed and pay that lineage?
What if you could, though?
If you could,
What if those that could would receive the benefit?
If you could, it would then still come up with a plan that won't destroy the country or the dollar 5 years down the line after everybody's gone with that money.
It's two templates. It was a guy in California and a guy in New York that created templates on how to identify that, and not only how to identify that, but how it should be distributed. Land is one of them. You know, black people were promised 40 acres and a mule. Land was one of them, and I forgot, it wasn't more than $1 million. But I understand what you're saying, how it would cause inflation, but also I feel it can build American infrastructure, because you give black people the opportunity to create and own things. It's not going to do nothing but solidify the infrastructure. We got people who come over here and build things and generate income and send money outside of the country. Well, with black people, is just go circulate within the country. But I understand what you're saying as far as it, causing inflation. That is a possibility, but like I said, it's templates that show how it can be beneficial too. I think those need to be explored more. There's a couple economists that looked at it and said it's a good plan. That's why they was willing to pass it in California and it was a couple other states, but it didn't get through the House. So yeah, I mean, just going in without a plan, I would agree, but I think plans can be devised to not only uh, not cause inflation, but actually build an infrastructure. You have black people who can create or generate companies that will help the infrastructure. We won't have to do as much of importing things. It's just giving people opportunity.
So,
Yeah, I feel like there should be some other way to establish that for black people if that's what your goal is, because I don't think I don't think a lot of black people would share that same thought with you and want to build infrastructure and like a setup like you're saying. Like there, yes, I'll give it to you. There will be some, but I would say that'd be the minority. I would say a lot more of it would probably just like you said,
There's
they
been
would
spending.
squander it. They would squander it, and then exactly it would cause a pump in the economy, and everything would be great because it would be so much money getting pumped in so quick. But eventually, exactly on the flip
It'll
side,
crash.
yeah, it'll crash because it'll create a bubble, like like the housing market.
And
Like
one of the
in a perfect world, if we could do that, but it's just like it always turns out like even like with the best intentions and the best plans, like all the stimuluses, everything that like everybody was like, oh yeah, man, this is awesome, this is great money, like all the way back to freaking when Bush was doing it, like it was like this is great, this is wonderful, but it slowly crept up. Like eggs are freaking $10 a dozen, like it's insane, like it's going nuts right now, and it's not gonna stop because we have to fix where the money's leaking out, and that's what they're trying to do allegedly.
I know that I cannot remember. I get the name for you, but it was I can't remember his name. But he built a template. I know he's from California, but it was allocating the funds towards like housing, school, and it was something else. Like you couldn't just spend the money on anything. You can't just go out and buy rims. It had to be stipends and certain. Because let's face it, there's the reality that some people have to be led, some people have to be. I'm trying to find a word, but they have to. You have to give people structure,
Yeah,
especially when
you
they
gotta guide
when
them. You're right. You gotta guide them. Yeah,
That's why I say it should
financial
come with some
literacy.
education along with
Yeah,
it, so they can, benefit, like how to spend it, what to invest in, that would benefit them more.
and
yeah.
it's like people with power who never who never experienced it and don't know how to utilize it. They will abuse it. Same thing with money. When I was younger, I probably had the most money I ever had. I blew it. I'm not even gonna tell you how much it was and how I got it, but just know
Like
I
the people
probably
who win the
never.
lottery and then, yeah.
Yeah, 2 years later they didn't won millions, and 2 years later they were broken in debt. Unfortunately, financial literacy is not something that's taught to everyone.
yeah, it's not taught very well in school.
Mm-mm.
And
Some schools don't even have shit like that, bro. You
And
ain't
it's
got
hard.
no
And it's
financial
hard.
yeah,
literacy
I
in
didn't.
inner
I
And
city.
didn't.
it's really
To be fair,
it's hard
because
to, if you look at the
I had
statistics, it's
class.
really hard to teach the people who've been disenfranchised for such an extended period of their life. If you give them or you pump a lot of money into their lives, even with the proper guidance and support, like it's proven statistically that it's just a natural swing of things. They swing back the other way. Like it's just like they go to the extremes of spending like nuts. Like and it's not. It doesn't matter what color you are. I'm just talking like straight up. Anybody who's like
Yeah.
lived on like a hard times and hardships like their whole life, and you're spending 20, 30 years old, and you're still struggling, and you get a huge influx of money. All you want to do is just make your life happier, and you unfortunately Not usually. You're not so farsighted. You don't see what's going to happen 5, 10 years down the line. You're thinking of right now, man. I've been so broke for so long. I just want to be happy now.
Mm-hmm.
And
At the
people,
end of
too
the
many
day, they
people
would say that
really
it's a
happy.
debt that's owed to them, and like they'll do whatever they want with it.
Right, spend
Like
it how
that's up
right,
to
spend
them
it
at
how
the
I
end of the
want to
day.
spend it. Right, exactly, yeah. Spend it how I want to spend it. Because
I
exactly in
gotta
the
jump
end,
down because my battery's low. But good night, guys. Much love. Thank you.
have a great
Good
night.
night.
Appreciate you, sis. Appreciate you. Yeah.
Yeah, like in the end, how can you really tell somebody how to spend their money
you
if
can't.
they're owed it, they're
Yeah.
giving it? You can help them and be like, this is what you should do. This is how you can stretch it. This is the right way to be smart about it and to enrich your life and maybe even future generations of your family. Or you can just not listen to us and do what you want. And I'd be willing to bet more people would be like, nah, fuck it. We'll do what we want. We'll figure it out. I wish there'd be more people that would take the enriching part.
Football, right? So when he first got in the league, they had classes on, financial literacy, how to invest and save money, how to stretch it out, because you don't get checks through the off season. So you start blowing, and then, when you really got time. So anyway, my auntie, he 27 now. He'll be 28 this year. My auntie be on his head. That's like his financial advisor, and she was role model. But everybody don't have that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Especially the
Yeah.
relationship that they got, that he actually listened. Like he's making millions of dollars. His mother never made that, but he's listening to his mother about how to be financially responsible. That's just our culture. We respect our elders and listen and take guidance. But you hear so many stories about these athletes or even, celebrities that made millions of dollars and a couple years later they broke. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
even I understand what you're saying from a standpoint of people even making money like that fall into those traps. So imagine people who not making it and just giving it. So it should be some type of structure.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm gonna get that dude name from California, but he had a dope plan, and that's why they was willing. They was gonna implement it in Texas too. But that was like 2 years ago when they was talking about giving out reparations, and I know it was under. I think it was under like 500,000. But like you said, it can't. It definitely. It's high probability that it will, cause that bubble. People's utilizing it irresponsibly. It can actually hurt more than it can help. But
Right.
Your word.
yeah,
You gotta look up the they giving out warrants now. I think they got another list this year. Remember them PP loans? They got a warrant list out bigger than the one from last year.
I ain't
They
touched that
still,
shit. I'm straight.
they still
And
coming
people,
after people. I didn't think it was that many people. I knew some people did some dirty stuff, but it's like, damn, it's been what, 3-4 years already, and y'all still chasing people? Like, it's a whole nother list now.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and drop out. Y'all have a good one. Thank you for letting me up here. The word.
appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
But you talking
Have a good
about
night, James.
you talking about the
Have a
money
good
and stuff, right? This PP loan thing is a good example of how people misuse the money that they're given.
And yeah, this I like what Are You Crazy said.
Now, that's some real sugar.
Taxes
That's true.
relationship in with the owner, so it cannot be taken down the road. Yeah, that's definitely fact. Just the whole way we do real estate here is kind of fucked up, bro. You don't never really own nothing, bro. You don't never really own nothing.
Yeah, man. Trust me. So the house that me and my wife got, she actually got it from her great aunt when she passed away. She was willed the house, So we've been living there for 12 years now, and just last year they declassified our house no longer as a homestead. So then they increased our property taxes, and we're trying to fight it. And they're like, "Well, since the original owner died, it should have died with her, and you guys might actually have to pay for back taxes for the last 12 years." And I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Like, we live here. It's a home. Like, what are you talking about? I live in a city. Like, I live a block and a half away from the city police shop. Like, how am I not in a home? Like, what are you talking about? It's insane. Like, we've been fighting the county for like the last 6 months now."
So did they change the zoning?
No, nothing. No, like,
oh wow.
They didn't change no streets. They didn't add no houses. Absolutely. Randomly got our taxes. And I was like, why did our taxes double? Nothing. Like, we didn't get no crazy vote for nothing. Like, what happened? And we started talking to them, and they're like, "Oh, well, you're no longer classified as a homestead." It's like, what the fuck are we then? What, a business?
Yeah.
What is it? Like, we're not a resident? I don't understand what you're saying here. Yeah, now it's a big fight thing because they're like, "Oh, well, it died with the original owner." I'm like, but we own it now. We've been living here for years.
Yeah, you should have been.
Well, now you guys might be in trouble.
You definitely should have been grandfathered in. I know our taxes just recently went up, and I'm looking like, what the fuck? What the hell happened? Everything went up, bro. I'm like, this is ridiculous. This shit is fucking ridiculous, man. I would have had this house paid off in 3 years. Now it's gonna take like 5 or 6.
You paying taxes or mortgage?
I'm paying a mortgage, but the taxes went up too. That's what makes the mortgage go up.
You gotta pay both of them, or?
Well, it's escrowed in. Taxes is usually escrowed in. Nice. So it's incorporated with the mortgage. So you don't see the taxes, but once you pay the house off, then you get 2 tax payments, the summer and winter taxes. Yeah, but you still have it. It's just, it's just escrowed into the mortgage. It's just a portion of the mortgage reflects the taxes. While you got a mortgage, you definitely still go pay these taxes. But once it's paid off, then that's all you pay is the taxes. You don't have a mortgage. Mm-hmm. So if the taxes go up, then guess what else is going up? The mortgage will go up. So
like it was cheaper for me last year to pay them taxes. This year I'm sitting here like, damn.
The rich, yeah. That's basically what happens. The poor tends to bail out the rich. All right. Appreciate you, sis. What the hell? We pay for everything. Yeah, we're gonna be paying for air in a minute, man. We technically do. We pay for fucking everything. When the creator gave us everything for free, man.
Yeah, man. See, I've always that's been my problem. Like, I understand partially where taxes go, and like, I understand the intention behind them, but I just don't understand how I work. You tax my paycheck, then my bank takes my money, and then to get money out of the bank, sometimes I got to pay a tax. I got to pay a tax when I buy something. Like, I got to pay all these damn taxes. It's like, by the time I actually get everything said and done, my fucking $1 I earned at work is really worth a nickel after all these damn taxes. It's like, what the fuck is all? Why am I getting taxed so much around every corner, around every turn? It's like, there's always an extra tax. There's a tax on top of a tax because you came from a place where we have to give you another tax. It's like, what the fuck?
I remember when they didn't tax cooked food, but now they even tax that shit. I'm like, God damn. But if you look at the back of your bills, your American dollar, you'll notice it don't say gold, silver standard. It's backed by debt. So, right. I mean, that's how they able to print money is by having people in debt. And one of the best ways to put people in debt is the tax they have. Put a tax on everything. Your $1, like you said, your $1 is actually like what, 75 cents or some shit like that.
Right. And the crazy part is the whole reason why America was made, and the whole, like, understanding of why we wanted to get away was because of the crazy taxation.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me how much did that really change, yo? Like, we're right back where we started.
Shit, I don't even know. We might be in a worse situation. Shit. It might be worse than what it originally was.
Right.
Shit, I don't know. I wasn't back then, but man, y'all rocked the fuck out tonight, man. I appreciate that. This was a good conversation. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's beneficial for men to compare themselves to women?
No.
Yeah, that's what I be telling people, man. Like all this, like, look, man, look, our values different. You know, we more valuable doing different things. Women value and other things. I think it's just more better to, you know, just like if you playing on a team, you don't want the wide receiver trying to be quarterback. You know, let's just be effective and efficient in what we do, and let the women be effective and efficient in what they do. And there's no comparing. We just, you know, let us do our thing, y'all do y'all thing, and we on. I don't know, man. It's just weird.
Right, no, man. That's it. It's you stay in your lane. That's the best way you can explain it. Like, it's we were built these ways because we're different. Like, we aren't the same. So just do you. Like, the women can't be men. Men can't be women. There is no jaded. There is no clouded line in between that. Like, you can't compare them either. Like, you just can't. There is no comparison.
No.
In any sense of the form. Like, what would ever be a situation where you could compare a guy to him? Strength, no. Mental, no. Like, they're not even close to the same wavelength.
We're not, and that's why I say, like, I celebrate women, you know, because I ain't trying to do the shit y'all good at, you know. So I celebrate y'all for what y'all do. I don't try to downgrade women. It's just like when people get out of their roles, bro. You know, when men try to be women and women try to be men, that's where all the conflict come in. You know,
yeah, hey man, like I grew up with nothing but women. I got 4 sisters and my mom. I grew up with a single mom, so I grew up with 5 women and myself. That was it. So I understand women on a whole nother level. So yeah, man, and exactly, just being women. Like, I don't understand how we got to this place where we could get it confused anymore.
Yeah, man, I was female, and she was saying, like, first she was saying she was independent. She didn't need a man for nothing. Then she got mad because men don't practice chivalry no more. And I'm like, if you're independent, what the hell you need a man being chivalrous for? I'm gonna open your door and stuff like that when you don't want me to. You want to be independent. You know, you want to be independent? We'll be independent and enjoy that shit. You know, go take out the garbage and cut some grass and all that shit. But don't get mad when nobody want to hold your door open or compliment you or defend you. You know, like that's one of the things too. Like, I be telling women, like, it's okay to be self-efficient. I like that term better because even being self-efficient, that just means you can, you know, take care of yourself. But I don't mean you're separate. Independent means alone. That's you alone. So if you're alone, guess what? You got to do all the shit that the man have to do. Now you're responsible for that shit if you're independent, and that you can't get upset about if you want to be independent. But when you self-efficient, you can function highly by self, but you also you allow the other counterpart, the male part, you depend on that. You know, I like depending on my wife for certain shit because I ain't got to do it. She can do it. That's her shit. You know, she good at what she do. I'm good at what I do, and we all great. John, appreciate you, brother. Stoic, what up?
Hey, what up, cuz?
Chilling, bro. What's up?
Good. Hey, thanks for the mod. I appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate you and the support, brother. I appreciate you and the support.
Anytime. Yeah, I love what you're building here. So, I've been to a lot of live channels, but I feel very comfortable here. You know.
And that's the intent. You know, I want people to feel comfortable. You know, because that's the only way we can actually have these conversations, bro. You know, I don't like putting people on the defense. Like, I'm not gonna say I won't push back against things, but I'm gonna do it respectfully and in a way that we can benefit from information. You know, so I think that's important. But you know, pushback sometimes it just helps. Like when people push back against me, it helps me delineate or be more concise, or even see the error of my. I'm not right all the fucking time. So when people push back, sometimes it's like, damn, you know what? I didn't look at it that way. And you're right. Now I can become better off of a person's critique. I'm not afraid to be critiqued. That shit don't fuck with my ego or nothing like that. So yeah, I be, you know, I appreciate that, and that's the environment I want to build, though. You know, and it's not easy, but when people like y'all come through, it makes it, you know, easier. So it's not only me, it's y'all. You know, the participation of y'all. So I appreciate y'all coming through and being a part of what we're building over here.
Yeah, I wanted to join like 2 hours ago, but you had a full panel, so I'm very softly spoken, so sometimes I can't get my word in. But yeah.
No, I definitely understand that because a lot of times you just hear me like I just sit back and you know let people rock out because I'm like that too. Like when I start talking, I hate to be interrupted, but I understand the dynamics, so I don't get frustrated. I just you know I'm more. That's the only time you probably will see me being passive is like through dialogue because you know I want to create an environment and eventually you know people conform to the decorum where we allow people to speak. And I might have to, you know, when you have larger panels, you know, we might have to create a structure where people get a certain amount of time to talk so everybody can be heard. Because sometimes you jump from one topic to another, to another, to another. And then if you've been waiting, you know, and switch topics and you probably forgot your point. So, yeah, I mean, with the more people, the more we do it, I'll be able to establish a structure where everybody can be heard.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. I think uh, the time we find ourselves in, people do want to be heard, actually, you
Mm.
know? They want to get their points across and learn. Pushback isn't wrong. Hey, it ain't wrong. And pushback is actually beneficial. That's how you learn and grow. And that's where wisdom comes from. Hey, from pushback. And on your title, do people want solution? What do you mean by
Mm.
that word? What do you mean by that?
Because like when just for I've been listening to you know I took yesterday off and I was listening to some of the live and I just like a lot of times not only my lives but you know I was listening to other people and I look at action to show intent and a lot of times people I just hear complaining about things. I don't hear people actually seeking a solution. I just hear people, you know, wanting to be validated from their own personal experiences, which is not wrong. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't, I wouldn't, I wouldn't tell no one to go online and look for any type of validation. That should be something that, uh, if not yourself, that people around you should do. I don't think it's wise to come online and look for validation. But I understand why people do it. Like you said, people want to be heard. Want to, you know, that's fine. But just to be right about something don't make the context right. You know, I think it's more important to have dialogue and get the context right, no matter who it comes from, because that's
Correct.
the only way you go find a solution. Right? Is if you got information like Ozzy said that you can actually apply. So I can sit here and tell you all my life experiences and shit, but that don't mean it's gonna work for you. So I like to have discussions where we can have something tangible that people can actually utilize and benefit from. So I just don't see like even when you talk about races, right? We just had a dope conversation about different, you know, aspects of races and I think that was good dialogue. And I think people picked up
It
something,
was.
get some understanding from other people. Like, damn, I didn't know this person thought about it or looked at it like that. You know, like I was saying about blackout, you know, blackout white, right? But this man had to live in his car. Where the fuck was his white privilege at? You know,
True.
this man went to try to get some assistance. Where the fuck was his white privilege at? He got denied that shit, bro. So to just simply say all white people have white privilege, I think that's disingenuous, and I think that's where the conflict at, because the people who don't have white privilege, oh yeah, they go get defensive. They gonna say fuck you. You know, I had a hard life too. You know what I'm saying? So instead of getting into that, why can't I just listen to what this man experienced and not compare it against mine, but just listen? Like, damn, he did have a hard life. You know, but look how he overcame it. You know, why can't we do that? I think that's more. You can be more effective and efficient learning from other people's experience. So maybe I don't have to fall through some of the pitfalls he went through, or if I see someone going through what he experienced, and because I have information from him how he overcame it, I can offer that to someone else. You know, that's how I just look at it.
Yeah, and I think a part of the solution is not trying to be right. And
Right.
like you said, stop seeking validation, to be honest, right? To find a solution, you kind of have to drop your guard down and just listen, right? All these white privilege, you know, that's that's a word to segregate people against each other, right? We see it in real life. White people against them, this people against that. But that's not the solution.
And see, this is my experience with using that word, right? For me, using that word, I have run into white people who been through more fucked up shit than I have. You know what I'm saying? And
Right, yeah.
when I say that to them, like, oh, you got white privilege, it created conflict because, like I said, they've been through worse shit than I have, and now they have to defend themselves because I think because they white that they got it better than me. No, do you know, like here in America, like this shit fucked me up, right? I worked in the hospital. I worked around a bunch of doctors and CRNAs, you know.
Mm. Did you drop out? Word?
Yeah, did okay. It wasn't just me. I think you cut out word. We can't hear you, bro.
But my bad. Okay. I stepped outside this morning with a quick in my handset. Can y'all hear me now?
Yep,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
back.
So, you know, I worked around a lot of wealthy white people. And one of these doctors told me, it's not funny. It's just, you know, you get that uncomfortable laugh when he said it. I'm like, I couldn't do shit but laugh because I was uncomfortable. But he was like, we went to pass out Focus Hope. And we went to this one family. It was in the hood, but when a lady opened the door, it was a white family, right? And the lady is opening the door, showing us around. There's a dude sitting on the couch watching TV. And we walked out. He was like, "That's fucking white trash." And I'm like, "What the fuck do you mean by that?" It was like,
Yeah.
um, I look at people like that who don't take advantage of their skin color worse than I look at a black person not taking advantage of the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, even white people look at a group of white people as lesser or beneath them.
That's right.
That's
Yeah.
when I start understanding that. So now, like when I hear people say white trash, that's what stick in my head. Like, damn, they don't respect. You know what I'm saying? Even white people do that.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They look down on people who look just like them, and they
Yeah.
feel like like you should be able to be up here with me because of your skin color. And since you're not, then you worse than the worst. That's how, you know, a group, I'm not saying all, but it's groups of white people to look at other white people like that.
That's true. And you know, growing up, my mom was a single mother, but she had my siblings are mixed, right? I'm Polynesian, and my mom got with a Greek dude, and had Greek, you know, sisters and a son and whatnot. And growing up, we didn't know what racism was. Basically, we knew we were all different growing up, but we didn't hate each other like that. But until we got into society, growing up in the world, oh shit, people hate each other by their ethnicity. But me and my siblings, we were all cool, even though we had different daddies, right? But we all grew up in the same household. I'm like, yeah, racism don't really exist, to be honest. It really don't. It never really affected me, but I'm darker than my siblings who are Greek white. Basically, I'm Polynesian. So growing up, we always used to tease each other, but it was all like family, family, growing up. So we never took it to heart. But growing up, and when we used to get called out by our skin color, my sisters would step in and call them out for whatever reason and whatnot. And like I got a bigger nose, I don't have that great skinny white nose. You know what I mean? So we used to like it. Don't really racism don't really exist like that. So when I hear it from other people, I'm like, damn, they really don't know. Basically, they we segregate each other by our skin color, and we do it willy nilly. We do it to each other, and it's kind of sad if you're asking me.
And that's where prejudice come in. People prejudge other people predicated upon their skin color. You don't really know the person or their story. You just judge them because of their skin. That's prejudice. Bigotry. And Speak said something very profound on my channel. He was giving us a shit ton of pushback about, racism, but the way he landed his plane was like this. If you oversaturate a market, you won't be able to tell what's authentic and what's not. So if we just put that jacket of racism on people or people producing racism, we can never really identify it. We just assuming or creating assumptions. People just might be prejudiced, bro. That don't mean they racist. Some people are just fucking prejudiced. They just prejudge people. We have all these stereotypes, right? That don't make prejudiced person is not racist. A bigotry person who practices bigotry, they're not necessarily racist, But a person who willing to burn a cross and take you out your home and hang you because your skin, that's racist. A person that's trying to harm you, just by the definition, people don't use it. I use racist as the construction of the word. I is proficient in call myself, know my race. I'm proficient in it. I understand my culture, my heritage. So from the construction of the word, I am racist. But producing hatred towards other people, I don't have hatred in my heart for nobody, bro. I'm not putting that shit in me. So it's not gonna come out of me. I don't hate
exactly. Yeah, exactly. If you step on my toe, I got beef with you, but not your race. Basically.
Yeah. Commander was just up here. She lost a family member, from a black person. And she told the story that some people in her family don't like black people because of that, because of their experience. But she not like that. So I can't fault her for her experience, what she experienced. She took a loss from another person. Somebody from another race took one of her family members away from her. So if she feels some type of way when she sees certain characteristics out of someone, I can't be mad at her for that. That's her experience. You know what I'm saying? Just like black people, my grandmother experienced some traumatic shit when she was growing up. She grew up in the 20s, 30s, so she experienced some traumatic shit. But she didn't hate all white people. But when she seen certain characteristics, she was like, they the fucking devil. But she didn't put that jacket on every white person. We're talking about the individual who doing these unscrupulous acts. You the fucking devil, but not all white people are the devil. That's how she looked at it, right?
Right, like you're saying, yeah, it came to individual characteristics of the individual person.
Yeah.
And that's the important part. And that's why I think, like you were saying earlier, how how these stereotypes work are, especially like you said in the black community, where it's such a small percentage that is stereotyped, and then that's stretched across all of them. It's like it goes back to the same thing, like a small number of people represent a larger whole. So then you find it where you get where when they do talk about it, they're only talking a small percentage of people make them feel this way, or because of how they act and because of their characteristics and how they carry themselves. So then they flip it, and then they want to bring it to the extreme and say, well, all white people are this way, or all black people are this way. It's like, nah, man, there's just bad people in each and all.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
here's a
right.
question.
Hey,
When
what up, Ozzy?
hey, thanks, boys. So when Liam Neeson, the actor, his wife was like assaulted or something by colloquially a black person, and he said for about a month he was driving around trying to find a black person. Was he being racist, or was he just fucked in the head?
Fucked in the head. Fucked in the head.
Yes, but
Honestly, I say fucked in the head, bro. You know, because you just been through some traumatic shit and you're emotional. You ain't thinking straight. You know, was he like that prior?
Yeah, but when he was honest about that, he got raked over the coals for saying that. He said,
I like Liam Neeson. I like Liam Neeson.
He said, I know it's wrong, but in that moment, my brain was fucked up, and I'm trying to find a black person because a black person did this thing, and they fucking destroyed him because of that.
Yeah,
And
that's normal.
go ahead.
Of course he's gonna get the backlash. Obviously, he's what, a figure in Hollywood.
Yeah.
You know, you got to act accordingly.
Yeah, it's that damn cancel culture. I like Liam Neeson. I enjoy his movies. I don't know him personally, and I think that's accountability, bro. Honestly, and that shows growth, bro. You can admit, like, look, I'm being honest with you. I'm being transparent.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I was pissed off, bro. And he's telling you his mind, like, look, man, I just went through some shit. I was emotional, and I was just trying to fuck some shit up, and this was my target. But I understand the error of my ways. I understand that I was in a fucked up position. I'm not there no more, but I'm being transparent and honest with you. I'd rather fuck with somebody like that than fuck with somebody who not being transparent and just feel some type of way and then start doing fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? I can respect that as a man on some real shit. I can respect, like, bro, look, I had this dude I worked with. Now his daughter was, sodomized by a black dude. And for 30 years, he hated fucking black people until he met me. And he came to me, was like, look, man, you changed my mind, right? He was like, I don't think the same way, but he was like, because of this experience, that's how it affected me. And he said, up until this point, this dude was in his 60s, bro. And he just wouldn't fuck with black people. But for some reason, he was like real cool with me. And he was like, man, you just opened my eyes, bro. You just he was like, you took that hatred out my heart. And I didn't know how fucked up I was and how many missed opportunities I had until I met you. I could have been cool with a lot of cool black people. He was like, but I couldn't.
Listen,
separate it.
Listen, bro. It took me about 3 months. It took me about 3 months to realize that my daughter was dating a South African black guy. I had no idea he was black. I didn't care. It didn't mean anything. And then one day, we posted a photo on Facebook of the family, my white daughter and her black boyfriend, and people are going, "You're so amazing for." I go, what the fuck? Oh shit, the cunt's black. I had no idea. Seriously, look, really seriously. I couldn't give a shit, bro.
Right.
Really couldn't give a shit.
you didn't associate to social stereotypes. You know, you didn't like. I understand when people say they don't look at color. You know, even though color matters, because to not look at a person's colors to deny their experience and their culture. So, but I get when people say that, because it's some people they don't. It don't matter what color you are, what race you are, as long as you're a good person, they fucks with you, right?
Yeah, but also colour's fun. Colour's fun. Like so the word, you've got a certain heritage, and me being a white guy, I've got a certain heritage. Let's play. Like let's play with that, right? It's
Yeah.
it's good fun.
How
It's good fun.
how boring would it be if we're all the same?
Right.
Hey,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was thinking about going out tomorrow and getting some fucking weaves in my hair. I'm just thinking, if I get weaves, am I culturally appropriating? Or am I respecting? Am I valuing the culture and adopting it?
valuing, yes, 100%, 100%.
Well, since I know what your real hair looks like, Kieran, I'm gonna say you're disvaluing. You're not bringing any value to the culture at all.
Hang on, Stoic. Fuck you,
Oh, damn.
you dickhead.
Oh, that's black. That's King Black out, bro.
Well, I feel
I'm
black.
not black.
So,
How dare you call me black? How dare you?
You the one that said you wanted to identify as black. We're gonna give you.
Hey, Kieran knows the South African dude, so he's black.
Right.
I'm Australian, not South African. You dickhead. I'm Australian.
Like
I know,
look. I'm about to be on my wild heart shit real quick. This is not a racist joke, but it's kind of fucked up, right? So when my wife was pregnant, I asked her, "How does it feel to be black?" She was like, "What do you mean? You know, Arabic." I'm like, "Well, you got black in you now, so you part black." So,
yeah. Well, yeah, bro. It's like my line is okay. I'm Irish, so I go to a girl. Have you got any Irish in you? She goes, no. I go, do you want some?
hey, we got to tell some men jokes up here since there's all men up here. So we will be saying some fucked up shit, okay? That's just the way it is. Deal with it.
Yeah, but bro, if you bring one girl up here, the whole fucking panel will change. Where's Commander coming up to fucking ruin everything?
Her phone was dying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair call.
Yeah, to save a lot of bit. Oh, I want to and I don't know how to say your name right. I'm gonna call you Waba, but I definitely understand. You know, one of the things I hate, and I had to deal with in the hospital. I hate it, bro. It used to piss me off when people be like, "Oh, you one of the good ones." Like, what the fuck you mean by that, bro? Like, I hate that shit, bro. That shit right there. So no, I had to correct people when they said that, and I'm like, you just don't know enough black people to
That
say I'm
wasn't a
one of the
compliment?
good ones. Hell, fucking no, I'm one of the fucked up ones, bro. I was one of the look, bro. On some look, I changed my life. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. But that whole stereotype about the hood, oh, bro, yeah, that was me. I was doing,
That's
bro. I
behind
used to go
closed doors.
Bro, I had a bulletproof vest on just to go to the store. I was really out there doing unscrupulous shit, bro.
Yeah, but bro, if that was you, if you were the stereotype, why calling out a guy for asking you, are you the stereotype?
Well, at that point, I was. You know, I lived up to it. That was my ignorant. I call it an ignorant choice. You know, I was ignorant. I was immature.
Maybe that guy who saw you and said that you one of the good ones. Maybe he knew your true soul and what you were gonna do.
Exactly. Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe he was helping you, guide you on the right path.
but by saying that I'm one of the good ones, you're saying the rest of us is bad, which I'm a part of.
No, that's not what I said. If you're saying
that's
what he was saying. That's exactly what he was saying. He was like, you ain't like the other ones. You're actually a good black person. And I'm like, what the fuck you mean by that, bro? Like, so you think all black people are fucked up, and I'm just the epitome of a black person?
That's not to say you've been good all your life, you know. So if you've been bad all your life, you know good more than the rest.
Yeah, but I'm the word. Were you a good black person?
At that time, I was. At that time, I was good, but
He was one
shit,
of the
I'm
good
like,
ones. Okay, all right.
I'm just now learning how to be good. Shit. Before that, man, it was like, bro, that's why I got into all them different religions. I was trying to save my soul, like all the fucked up shit I did, and that's why it's important. Because the environment, bro, I was just in the hood, so it was like either survive or be food. That's just how it was.
Crazy.
That's what they.
I
You know
have
what
a lot
I hated?
I mean, I don't know because I haven't watched your channel very long, but just from tonight and conversations and stuff, I can tell I've got a lot of the same shared experiences with you. I was in some nefarious shit as a kid, grew up around some sketchy lives, like been through some shit, like so. Yeah, it's like I totally understand where you're coming from. I get your point of view for sure.
You know what I hated?
Yeah, but King, but King, you're white, he's black, so you have no idea where he's going.
What I hated growing up, I was always the quiet one, and people will always tell me, "Watch out for the quiet ones." I never knew what the fuck that meant. What do you mean, watch out for the quiet ones? But now I know.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
Now I know.
Those guys. Yeah,
See,
I know,
the problem
bro.
is we knew all along.
Yeah,
Just took you
now
for
I
a
know.
second to catch up.
Hey, you know what I want to do sometime next week? I want y'all to hit the panel, and I want to talk about like manhood, because I know we got different races of people and we got different age groups, and I think that'd be beneficial to just give our perspective about
I like that.
manhood should be. You know, I tried to do a lot of this in the past. I just didn't have the cooperation. I didn't have enough people over here to have a lot of the discussions. And now that y'all here, I think we can have a lot of these discussions, and I think it'll help the youth. You know, just hearing different perspectives, because my way might not work. It might not resonate with certain
Yeah, but
groups
when
of
you say
people.
sorry the word. When you say manhood, what do you mean? Let's talk about manhood, right? What do you mean?
Like how
Not being soft.
look, like I give you an example. Like for me, right? I believe men are mature. I don't believe we should classify people unless they're in certain areas of it's not qualified to being a man. You know, that's innate. But mental maturity and emotional maturity, we can.
That's what's
I'm not
missing.
going to specifically say financial maturity.
Yeah, let's do a little short version right now. Okay, do a little panel right now about manhood to prepare for your actual episode. What's a man? Blackout. What's a man?
I am a man.
Stoic. What's a man? He's asleep. Blackout. Blackout. Like seriously, what is a man?
Adult human man.
Very cool.
That was generic.
Cool.
That was a generic answer. That was a generic answer. Come on, you can do
No,
better.
that's fair enough. Okay, the word. What's a man?
You know, like I was saying, mental maturity and emotional maturity. Now, let me be a little bit more concise with that, because those things lead to, like being responsible, being accountable, taking care of business. You know, as far as your manly duties. If you have a wife or a family, it's different responsibilities you'll have versus being single. You know, building yourself up to be that protector, or that provider. Me personally, I feel like men not only contribute to their family but also their community. You know, but that's levels. You know, you can just
That's
you
pretty
can
good.
you can
Pretty good.
contribute to your community just by being a great fucking example. You don't actually have to go out there and build houses and shit, but you being an example that people can look up to and follow. You know,
Right. Simple things like mowing your damn yard, having pride in
Well,
your house, picking your yard up, like that kind of shit in your
yeah,
community
good point.
alone. Like that goes a big way about being a man. It's just showing pride in what you own and what
Yeah,
you make.
good point. Good point. But let's say for example, me and Mrs. Markin, say hello.
Hello.
Me and Mrs.
Hey.
Markin,
hey,
yeah,
hey.
we have an agreement. We have an agreement. Indoors is hers, outdoors is mine. Now, sometimes she'll say, well, indoors is every fucking day. I've got to wash dishes. I've got to fucking do the laundry. And your responsibility is like once a month. Fix the roof, pick up dog shit, mow the lawn. They kind of have this idea that the man's responsibilities are intermittent, but hers are every day. However, every day I am the default bodyguard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Well,
Like
right,
every day.
Well, not even
Every
that. Like,
day.
even like let's go with the stuff inside. Even Karen, are there not things that you have or that you like a vacuum, a dishwasher, like those kind of things that make your missus' life just a little easier? Who's got to maintain those if they break? Does she fix it or does you?
Oh, yeah, King. Every time I've picked up a vacuum, she thinks I'm so much more sexy, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You're missing my point.
This
My point
is
is our job isn't as intermediate, like, because my wife has made the same exact point. Because I do outside, she does inside, and she's like, "Yeah, you mow the yard once a week." I was like, "Yeah, but I also have to change the oil on the mower. I gotta make sure it starts every time we
No,
go
bro.
out there.
No, bro. No, bro. The main
Make
thing
sure
is,
the gas
the main thing is 24/7, you are the default bodyguard.
You are.
You go, girl, anytime, yeah, 24/7, you're on call. Are you ever not relaxed? Are you ever going, just keeping an eye in case some cunt comes around here? I've got to take care of it 24/7. So, girl, Mrs. Blackout, respect your man for fucking being on call 24/7.
Facts.
And I want to add something that my father taught me. You know, when I was younger, he told me a man is supposed to protect and provide. And
Yeah.
protection is protecting from foreign or domestic threats, and providing is what needs to be provided. So maybe my wife don't feel good and the dishes need to be done. We'll get them done. So that's one thing she ain't got to worry about. So whatever is needed for her provision, you know, you do it. You know, I don't let my wife go up and down the stairs with the laundry. You know, I do the laundry. She fold it. You know, but
Yeah,
I take it down and bring it up. You know, so
yeah, but sometimes my wife goes, "Hey, Kizza, can you put the laundry on?" And I go, "No, you do it." Is that a bad thing? Oh, here's the thing. I'm at work like 10 hours a day going to work. And she goes, "Oh, Kieran, can you please pick up milk on the way home?" And I go, "No, you go and get it." Am I bad for doing that?
Hey, do I get to answer the question?
Earth and the creatures, but
Yeah,
Don't
sure.
make this about your wife.
Yeah, go ahead.
What was the question again? Far out.
Oh,
What
hang
is
on.
manhood?
You got to check out. Is that who's in chat? My husband does his own laundry, and I do all the other. Commander, what the fuck's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, girl?
He probably
I
don't
mean,
want her washing his drawers.
to be fair, I do a lot of my own laundry, but that's just because even after all these years, I still haven't been able to train my wife how to do my laundry properly. So again, that's just another job that a man has to do better.
Yeah.
I
She
thought
goes
this
to
was a panel. I thought this was a panel that Word put together and was supposed to have a mock one. Why are we talking about your wife? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Okay, my bad. My bad.
You're wrong. So wrong.
Man, I hate when I look back in the chat, so stuff I missed because I'll be looking at the comments like, what the hell was we talking about at that point? Because I see some good comments. I can't remember exactly what we was talking about.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was
right.
right.
Yeah, the fucking chat as usual is lit. The chat is lit, you fucking retards.
Yeah,
It's lit.
when he call you retards, that's actually a compliment.
From where I come from, yeah. From Australia, yeah, it's a compliment. Retards.
I think that's how I'm gonna word it too. Then talk. What constitutes a man? I think that's a great way
What
to word it.
constitutes a man? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
I'll
that's a
answer
great
it.
way to word it.
Yeah,
I'll answer
constitutes
it.
better than makes a man. Yeah, I like that. Good copy.
Yeah. I will answer it. I'll answer it. Provider, leader, clarity, makes decisions. Okay. There's 4 things. Prove me wrong. And also don't give a shit about women, right?
You just had to put it in, right? But no, who said that? Somebody said that. Somebody, I heard, and the way they articulated it, I was like, damn, you can't really, until you become a man, don't care about women. Like, don't focus on women, just develop yourself. Because if you start focusing on women, you will start having attributes that just not beneficial to being a man, but cater to a woman. And when he said that,
Yeah, bro,
damn,
I'll give you a fucking heads up from fucking experience. You don't even need to fucking worry about like you don't even need to worry about developing yourself. They will come because chicks be crazy. They'll come. They'll come. You could be the most random dude living in a fucking trailer park in a van, whatever. Chicks will come because chicks are crazy, bro. Do you for you.
And you see, Are You Crazy said a man vacuums his wife's panties.
Yeah, that's a big guy.
Oh man,
That's a big guy.
I mean,
it's a big guy.
I'll just admit right now, you guys, I fold the dishes all the time, so it's all good.
Yeah, I wash dishes. I'm probably gonna wash dishes because I don't want my wife waking up doing that shit in the morning. She got other shit to do.
When I lived alone, I washed all my dishes. Once I was married, I go, girl, the dishes are fucking dirty. What the fuck's going on?
When I lived alone, I used paper plates. I cooked in a microwave. I mean, I tried to use as little dishes as possible.
I've been there, bro. I've been there. It's fucking awesome. There's something about it that's kind of nice, actually. It's so fucking simple.
Right. It's so nice. Like, my wife's like, you can't eat pizza every day of the week. I'm like, yeah, I can.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro. I'm bougie. When it comes to certain things, I don't really cook no more, but I'm a great cook. And when I was single, I used to cook, and women used to come over, clean my house, wash my dishes just to eat. And
fuck yeah. To eat, or get nasty. Maybe eat and get nasty.
Yeah.
I have a degree in culinary arts, and I've only cooked for my wife less than a handful of times, and we've been together for 13 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah. She's like,
you degree in culinary arts. Can you do like a wicked eggs Benedict?
Bro, yes, from scratch. I can make you amazing hollandaise.
Oh, dude. Oh, fuck. I could almost could almost turn gay for you, bro. That's pretty good.
You've been around Wild Heart too much, man.
No, one thing though I can say is my wife's cooking has improved immensely since she's been with me.
Oh yeah, my wife, she made some. I had to teach her, but she made some badass fried chicken. Now I'm like, shit. I'm so happy I taught you how to. Because everybody can't fry chicken, bro. Everybody can't do it. Bro. I'm just being honest.
Okay. Question for panel. Do you feel appreciated by your wife?
Hell, fucking yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. I know. Blackout. Do you feel appreciated by your wife?
From the moment I wake up, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fucking, stomach. What about you, bro?
Say what? I ain't got no wife.
Oh, fuck. You fucked me up, man. I was on a roll. You fucking idiot.
Yeah. Hey, the chat is lit. Hey.
The chat is going off.
Yeah.
I love this shit, man.
Hey, what are people saying?
Yeah, you even got some cool ass people on the chat rocking the fuck out. And this is what I want, man. It's like people feel free to say what they want. We ain't judged. We can have fun. We can be funny. We can get serious, man. I like the diversity of that. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, well, the word can we say like TOS? Can we be really rude? Not quite. I'd love to.
Hey, Ozzy, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Have you got everything you need in life?
99%. Yeah.
What do you feel like you're missing?
Direction.
All right.
Yeah.
That don't make sense, but.
Yeah, it does. I was actually going to say the same thing, man. Crazy, Kieran.
Yeah. I've got.
You got 99%.
Yeah, I'm blessed. I'm blessed with a fucking very happy life, and I'm missing direction.
But your direction got you what you needed. That 99.
Right, but where's the rest? What's the rest? What's that last 1%?
What?
Yeah. Well, the goal should already. You can see the goal line basically. If you're already done that 99% and you got more than most people, it don't matter where you go.
Exactly. No, exactly. I think that's the point, still. He should be seeing the goal line, but he doesn't. He don't see the direction of where the goal line's at. What's the point? Like, what's the next? Where's the goal line?
My question was, have you got everything you need in life?
No.
No direction. I know exactly what he means.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, Ozzy, are you speaking for yourself or are you speaking as a couple? What is your wife saying?
Well, ask her. Ask her right now.
Right?
Yourself
or her? Yourself or?
I feel like at the moment I'm the same as Kieran. We're both not working at the moment, but our home and our love life and our married life is absolutely exquisite. But because we're not working, we're finding it a bit hard at the moment to find a direction in where to go. That's what Kieran's saying. So, in other words, yeah, we are happy as pigs in shit.
Like with that, I would agree too because like I got everything that I ever wanted, bro. You know, but when it comes to what path to take next, a lot of times, I don't really know where to go until I start on a path and be like, okay, this is the right shit. Even like this YouTube thing, bro. Like what I was doing, man, I got 32K subs, right? When I got that number, I'm thinking like my shit about to pop off. And I had no direction. I didn't know what to do or how to do it. And I lost a lot of momentum. But now I'm like, you know what? This is my shit. I'm going to just do it the way I want to do it. And the right people will come around. So even
Right.
far as the YouTube thing, I'm still getting my path, and y'all helping me with that. Y'all giving me feedback. Um, so I think that's a great answer in life in general, bro. We don't really know, like this shit
Yeah,
ain't got
but
no playbook, bro.
yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, but
Can I,
yeah, but your chat's fucking cheap as shit. $5. What's wrong with you,
bro,
bloke? Okay, okay. So,
bro, these days I ain't made. These days I've been on here and ain't get shit. So I appreciate the $2, $5, $10. I appreciate all that. Y'all help me get a monthly YouTube check, or I can pay for my shit and I ain't got to come out of pocket. I'm just grateful for anything people do. You know, y'all time, y'all donations. I'm grateful for that, bro. And I hope my actions, reflect that. You know, I hope my actions
yeah,
do.
so the word. I'm thinking about starting my own channel. It's going to be an interview channel.
Mm.
Got one guy lined up for number one. How about you be number two?
I'd be down for that, bro. I'd be honored, honestly. I'd be fucking honored, bro, if you even considering me. Uh, I'd totally be honored. I'd definitely be over there. I definitely support. You come over here. I definitely try to drive traffic. You got my full support, bro.
hey,
Shit,
can
yeah.
I jump in?
You go on.
And look, you can say this too. You can this could be fucked up, but you can say I got a black friend. I validate. I
Hey,
validate this shit for
give
you,
him
bro.
give give him the N-word clause, and then he's legit.
I had to say that shit, bro. I had to say that. Look, I get a motor. I got a fuck through sense of humor sometimes. I really do. I find some of that shit funny. So yeah, you can say you got. I love that shit. I'm probably gonna get canceled for that, but fuck it.
Hey, hey, back to Ozzy. Um, yeah, a big thank you to your wife for sharing that. Uh, a disclosure: I'm 34 and single, so maybe our perspective is a little different. But saying, okay, uh, direction, uh, th- not having a direction doesn't that bring out creativity?
He's still listening. I think his phone just died.
Okay, good. Oh, I didn't see him drop out. My bad.
Oh no, keep talking. He'll hear you. He'll pop back up in a minute.
Oh yeah. Anyways, yeah, like yeah.
So
So
does not
direction,
does
right?
no direction foster creativity? Is that what you said?
Correct. Like not there. There's already a finish line, right? We
Right,
know
right,
we
right.
make. It don't matter what direction per se,
Mhm,
right? So
mhm.
not having direction, it brings out creativity. You
Well,
know.
see, well, okay, then, and this is the argumentation that I've heard people use for universal basic income. By paying everybody to stay home, you'll cause people to want to be more artistic and more creative because they'll be stagnant, so they'll want to do something to trickle their mind. But without a direction or something pointing you in a way to go or giving you some type of reason to go towards
Yeah, but
something,
yeah,
then it
you
does
have your
damage you. You fall stagnant.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you have your family, right? You already got your family, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So if you
yeah.
have that 99%, but that 1% is direction, that's the best
Hmm.
part. Why would you want 100% of everything, right?
Well, no, okay, because you asked about um, does he feel fulfilled in his life, and then he said, well, up he has everything, loving family, all the good stuff, except for
Right.
direction. So like exactly like like I'll speak from my standard is I've worked hard. I did all the things I could. I maintained myself. I tried to do what I could to be a man, to grow myself into a successful man. I have a wife. I now have a son. I'm going to raise my son. I'm going to continue to do all the great things I can for him. But then what? Where do I go from there? Like, do I just
Yeah.
ride it
I'll,
on
I'll
out to the end, or is there more? Is there? Do I leave a legacy? Like what happens? Like
Yeah, a lot of people actually don't have that loving support family, the ones that will hold it down for you. So there are a lot of people out there, just trying.
Well, then I would
That
argue that
they're trying
they would.
they're trying to look for direction. That's what they're
Right.
missing. But like say people in a circumstances of family and love, you already have everything you need, basically.
Well, then I would say that's a matter of perception. Then. Because
Yeah, yeah.
the direction that I feel the direction that I feel like those people who are you're saying like that are kind of down on the luck that are maybe like 40% fulfilled with their life and that they're seeking direction. I would say what they don't realize what they're seeking is a family, and that's the direction that they should
Mm.
be moving towards. They just don't realize they haven't come to that realization yet. Because trust me, I had a family later in my life, and I think for a while there in my mid 20s, I was kind of struggling with where I should go, what my direction should be. When all along it should
Mhm.
have been working towards a family.
My
Like that's
yeah,
what I should have been doing. I should have been having a family and not just
my yeah,
fucking around.
my rebuttal to that is a lot of people do just drop out kids and whatnot, thinking that it will fulfill them. But if you're truly honest, you will try to secure a family and not walk out on your wife or your
Right,
girl,
exactly,
not walk out
exactly.
on your child or whatnot. You know what I mean? And that's
Right. Well,
very
yeah, no,
common.
no, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would say they didn't build a family. That's where they
And
went
Right.
wrong.
I will add to what y'all saying about the whole family aspect. Like when I was younger and I was doing, I was in the street, I didn't want no family because that's not, but I wanted it, but I knew it wasn't the right time because of the life I was living. But when
Mhm.
I got over that, when I evolved, I should say,
You had the
and
right direction.
yeah, I had the right direction. So me having my kids gave me even more understanding of where I wanted to go because now I have something that I'm gonna leave behind. So it gave me more. Uh, it gave me more creativity. It gave me more stability. It added more to me to um, have a more clear perspective of where I wanted to go. But even now I know where to want to go, and now I'm looking for vehicles to get to there. Because shit, if I walk, it's gonna be a long journey. So I'm trying to get a fucking motorcycle or Ducati or something so I can accelerate the process. But
Right.
Bitcoin, no, that was no, he dropping sauce in the chat. Mine is right and hoping people will gain happiness and learn about themselves and the world through what I write. Bro, that's what my like me even sharing. I share a lot of shit, bro, that I probably shouldn't sometimes, but I
Yeah.
do it with the intent that it may resonate with someone and benefit them, understanding that they're not alone a lot. Because a lot of times when we go through things, we think we alone, but other people had persevered through some of the same strife that we're experiencing. And just knowing that it's a light on the end of the tunnel to help people, continue that path, and fight through that adversity. I don't
Yeah.
believe in that universal shit, bro. Like the universal
Yeah.
income, because like you said, it'll make people stagnant, bro. I think sometimes me being in a fucked up situation gives me the creativity to get out of it. And that only
Right.
builds me, builds my character, builds my will, my desire. It adds to me, So I believe adversity is simply an opportunity. It's just about perspective, how we choose to look at it.
Right.
So when I
Exactly. Depends on
come
the
when I
perspective.
come up against adversity, I get excited, bro. Like shit, now I get to prove myself. Now I get to see how far I came and I can also see how far I need to go. So
And then we make a full circle because uh, you said Ozzy said to have a mock. You wanted to have a go with men talking about men stuff and what it means to be a man, right? And it just harkens about what you just said, word. what a man is conquering his self adversities. It don't matter the world, but they will always be out to get you. But the hardest adversary is yourself. And a man's got to go through that and conquer adversity with himself before,
Mm-hmm.
he can be a player in the world. And another layer to that is men have temptations. And
Mm.
that's, if anything you want to conquer, is conquer temptations first, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to conquer nobody outside yourself or the person in front of you. That ain't the person to be conquered, right? So what does it mean to be a man is just conquering self.
I like that because you know what I often tell people, um, and sometimes people take it out of context of what I'm saying, but outside of me, nothing really matters, bro. Until I conquer self,
That's
and
right.
then I can't help nobody else outside until I can help myself. So like I believe sexual maturity is a thing. I know how I've seen men lusting over women and get unalived. They get set up by women. So when I was
Hmm.
younger, it was important for me to be able to conquer that aspect of myself, lusting over
Such
women
a good
because they
point.
got boobs and butts and shit. Like, nah, and once, like, even now, like, my wife, she don't worry about me cheating, bro. Ain't no woman gonna come seduce me. That shit ain't gonna
Mhm.
work with me, but that's through years of conquering self, conquering that lust aspect. Because we have
That's
it,
right.
bro. It's innate. Not just men, but women too. Women, y'all be lusting over dudes too. Y'all see somebody in some gray sweatpants and they got a print and shit, they go fucking crazy, bro. So women lust too. Women cheat just as much as men cheat. I'm not gonna say it, they just smarter at
For
the shit,
sure. For
right?
sure. For sure.
But that was one aspect of me that I conquered when I was younger, and it's beneficial now because my wife, like, she knows me, so
You're a
she know,
man.
like, yeah, she
You're a
know
man.
that ain't no woman go come. I'm not about to fuck up nothing I built over no 5,
Right.
10, 20 minutes
Right.
of pleasure, and the shit might not even be pleasurable because I ain't gonna get it like I want. She give it to me the way I want it. So
Hmm.
yeah, so
I
yeah, I
love that.
definitely agree with that aspect of conquering self and adversity. Man, y'all got my brain running. I want to talk about leadership too because there's some dope comments in the chat about leadership, and I think that's getting more clarity of how things can look and should look. I think is important because as men, we are the forefront, of leadership. So if we can't get it right, how we gonna teach the young men coming up under us? We got to direct them. So I think
That's right.
just getting more um, different ways, because I got my way of leadership, but maybe Blackout got his way, and I can incorporate some of what he do with what I do, and vice versa. Just to be a better product to give to the youth. Man, I'm big on that, bro. I believe the the light of the future is the kids. These are gonna be the people running. So if we don't prepare them to take full advantage of the opportunity we're creating, then it's our fault.
Hmm. Yeah, I love that. Nicely said, man. Nicely said. I need to reflect on that now. You said a
Yeah,
lot of good
bro.
shit.
And that's why I
um,
do my best to present a good example. I'm not gonna be perfect. I got flaws and shit like that. Just take my good and leave my bad. That's how I look at it. But just being a prime example, I think, is important. For me, it is very important. Because I got nephews. I got even being an example for the women how to properly select or allow a man to choose you, and so you won't be with these fucking knuckleheads who ain't worth shit. You give them a good example of what a man is, so they can identify when they looking for a significant other. It's very important. So, not just as the male aspect, but being an example for the females. Like my sisters went out and found men like me, not their father. So, yeah,
yeah.
that's important,
Well,
bro.
they saw what a man is supposed to look like, and you were the role model.
Hmm.
Right.
I take pride in that shit, bro. I really take pride in that shit. You know.
Yeah, 100%. And I triumph everything you've said, and it's amazing how I agree with you so much. But my life is so different from yours. I don't have a family or whatnot. I'm single, but I triumph everything you said, and I rock with that, and that's what I promote too. So even though yes, I promote family and all this, uh, it don't show because I'm not living that life basically. So a lot of people look at me funny. How can you be talking about family and love when you're single and not married, no children,
Right.
right? That's funny. Well, you know, does my word still hold weight, right?
Well,
Oh
let
no,
me ask you.
you.
So,
Oh, go ahead, bro.
is there a? Do you want a wife and children? Like, has that been a goal of yours at all? Just curious.
Um, so I grew up in a single mother household, right?
As did I. Yep.
And yeah, and I never liked the men my mom brought.
Mm-hmm.
I just felt just built something in me basically. But
Mm-hmm.
growing up, I don't like how she parented basically. So she, in my opinion, should not have had me, right? But
Yep.
my mom was young and horny, and she did her thing, so I popped off. So no, like yeah, I say it like this, but I genuinely, basically, our parents want to give us what they didn't have,
Yep.
right? My mom never gave that to me, so I kind of want that too. Is it a goal? I'll be so stoked if it came to me naturally,
Yeah.
if
Mm-hmm.
not seek it out. I don't want that
So
to. I want a family just to be fulfilled.
right. So let me just pick your brain a second because I feel like again, without really knowing you, we probably relate a lot just by a little bit you keep saying it. So in a sense, it's what you really want is you really want a family and you really want a wife, but you don't want a toxic relationship like you've witnessed all these years, such as your mother and then the broken family. So then, like when you try to commit to somebody, you want to commit wholeheartedly and know that you're not going to lose them and it's not going to be a broken family. So it's really hard to find somebody you can trust that you want to have kids with. Is that wrong or right?
You're you are not wrong, but you're not right, but you are right. So uh, my experience is very common, right? I'm not
Mm-hmm.
the only one going through this, so I know this is very, very common. But what makes me different is I'm not just getting someone pregnant, you know, and trying to fulfill something that's not,
Right.
you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's
Yeah.
very common. How many, a lot of male children have single mothers, right? And I don't think
Mm-hmm.
that's good for our society because
No.
I can say this, that's my experience. However, I do appreciate and adore our family unit. I adore that.
Right. So I'm just going to my one of my things, especially with when it came to having kids, is I even when I was younger, I always told everybody like I don't want kids. I don't want kids. I don't want kids. I don't want kids. And I always and it wasn't until I grew up and became mature and a little older, and I realized like really it was just my insecurities of not wanting to bring a kid into my broken life, like the shit that I went through, the things I had
Mm-hmm.
to overcome, the things I had to deal with as a kid, like without
And that's
trauma
how
and
I
jumping
think
a
as
whole
well.
lot. Like, exactly, it was a single mother household where my mom struggled a lot because it was one woman taking care of five kids, and my dad wasn't around, and it was a really screwed up situation. So we went through a lot. We went through some horrors that people shouldn't have to ever deal with or go overcome. And like I used to say it to everybody, if by some chance I was cursed with a kid, and that kid did or went through half the things I did and went through in my life, I would feel 100% ashamed. And it wasn't until I met my wife and I found the one person in this world that I finally realized, like, no matter what, this woman would never use that child against me. She would never hurt me with him. Like, I can't explain it. Like, I knew from my wife, like, I could trust her wholeheartedly. Like, out of anybody and anything in the world, like, this woman would never do what I went through because she knows what I went through.
Yeah, can I ask you a question now? Can I
Sure.
ask you a question now?
Uh-huh.
So, do you have everything you need in life?
No. No, I don't think so.
What's missing? What's missing?
A larger family unit, I would say.
But
So
you
right
can
now,
get that tomorrow if you wanted to.
but I couldn't. I really couldn't. So it's just me,
But
my
that's not
wife, and my
missing.
son.
It's not missing though. You know what I mean?
Well, it is because like my son will never know a grandparent. Like he'll never have a grandma. He'll never have a grandpa. Like he'll never know aunts or uncles. He'll never know cousins. My son will all these things. Like, he will never get to see these things. He'll never get to experience them, and it kills me. I mean, yes, I have siblings, and my father's still alive, but that's it. Like, there's no like my wife's. Both her parents are gone.
You can give that to them, right? You can give that to them, right?
No, because the baggage that comes with it, all the messed up bullshit behind it, that could end up potentially harming my son more than it helps him. I wish I could give it to him. I really wish I could give him a grandparent. I wish I could allow him to see his aunts. I wish I could, but
we're the same then. We're the same. You can't give something that you have already, right? And I can't get something that I maybe not be ready for it, just because the circumstances, right?
Right. Yeah, I got you.
You have that thing already.
And you know what? Listening to both of y'all, we have similar circumstances, right? My mom and dad had me when they was young. They was 16, so I understood the mistakes they made, and I learned from them. And they call things generational curses, but what it actually is learned behavior. A lot of times we see things and we accept it as normal, right? So you'll see a kid that comes from a one-parent household and think is acceptable to create that, and it's really not, because they didn't learn from the experiences of their mother and father, the mistakes they made. But it sounds like both of y'all did, especially you, Blackout, like, because you refuse to bring a child into this world. Like you said, I don't want to expose them to this. But when you found the right person, what did you do? You did exactly that. You brought a child into the world. So you learn from the mistakes. Even sometimes we learn and not realize that we're learning. I know that's probably confusing, but you seen or you understood the battles that your mother had to go through, so you didn't want to put another kid, bring something to the world and have them experience that same thing. Same as me. At the time I knew I wasn't living right. I had a friend who passed away. He had 3 kids, bro, and I'm looking like I'm running around in the street. It's plausible that somebody would take my life, and if I bring kids into this world and I'm still doing this stupid shit, I'm just hiring the chances that they come up with a single mother. So until I'm ready to stop doing this, I'm not having no kids, bro. Like, I ain't bringing them. And then when I found even away from that, I was married and still didn't have kids. This is my second wife. My first wife, it wasn't. We wasn't working. I made a mistake. Got married for the wrong reason, and she wanted to have a kid, thinking the kid is gonna make the relationship better. I'm like, hell no. So I refused to have a kid because I knew, like, when 2 people ain't on the same page and they bring a life into this world, I'm connected to this person
Right.
for life, not just
And the
18 years.
And I
Yeah,
learned
for the,
from experience, the last thing you want to do is bring a kid into this world that has a job, and that job is to fix your relationship. It ain't gonna work.
it
All you're
ain't
gonna
gonna
do is
work.
destroy that kid. You're gonna
So
put so
I
much
applaud
value
you.
on that kid. Yeah, for sure, bro.
So I applaud you too, Stoic, for taking your
Yeah.
time. When you find the right person, you got the right ideas. You know what you want to do and how you want to do it for his family. You understanding what it takes, but take your time, and because the most important thing, one of the most important thing as men we can do is not just sow seeds everywhere because we can. Because you put the seed in the wrong garden, you got to pay for that shit for the rest of your life, bro. So take your time, man. Don't rush it. I ain't had my first kid till I was 36, bro. My kids are
Really?
young. Yeah. I didn't have kids young. I was 36. My wife 2 years older than me. So I had to find the right
I was
woman.
35 years old.
35.
I'm 34 right now. I'm 34 right now. I turned 35 this year.
Yeah.
But
Commander, do me.
The one good thing about guys is we can have kids for a lot longer than women can. So technically forever if you have the right sperm count. But
Let me get something to write with. I want to write this topic down because I'm getting a bit sleepy and I'm gonna forget. I be having some good ideas for topics, but when I don't put it on paper or put it somewhere, I forget about
write
the
it
shit.
down.
So,
Write
let
it
me write
down.
this down. This is a great conversation.
No, I love this actually. I really do. Um, yeah, it's not like I'm seeking out a woman, or I believe it will come to me basically. But there's a lot of things I have to conquer myself as a man. I'll put it out on the table. Everybody here, and we're not perfect as of yet, right? But I I know I know things I got to conquer, but I kind of
see, and
dwell in
that's
my. Yeah, go on,
sorry. Go ahead.
my bad. No, please,
No, go
please,
ahead.
please.
Okay. I was just gonna say is it's what you're gonna end up finding out is this journey that you still need to conquer before you find what you are missing yourself. Not just the rest of the family pieces, all that, whatever it is that that you're just talking about that you're trying to conquer on that little trip that you're trying to conquer. Don't be surprised if that's when you find your one, because on my way up is when I found my wife. Literally before I moved into my wife's house, I was living in a closet. I lived in a closet in some other people's house because I had nowhere else to live. I had a bed. That was it. I
I
didn't have
feel
a
like
dresser. I had nothing like that. So, and
yeah,
I moved in with my wife, and now I make good money. I got a great career. I've been working. I got a whole nother degree while I was with my wife. Like a bunch of shit. I went through I went through this whole nother phase of my life where I thought I was gonna be like Captain Law Enforcement, gonna be Mr. Cop, Mr. FBI agent, like crazy shit, dude. I like a whole nother lifestyle for me. And before that, I was a criminal. Like I did so much crap. Like I was
yeah,
lucky I never got busted. I was lucky I never got in trouble. Like the things I did, I should be in prison, but I got away
yeah,
with it. And then I flipped and became a cop, and it was like my wife was with me through it all. And that's the other thing is like I knew, like I
yeah.
found her on my way up.
Yeah, you
That was
said
my point.
luck a lot of times actually.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it got me thinking about luck. But with me, I feel like I gotta be 100% before I can just give any woman myself, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, for sure.
Were you 100% when you found your girl?
Mm,
I'm a,
no, I
I'm,
wouldn't.
I'm
No, I
a,
wouldn't say no. I personally no. I say probably the only thing I had going for me at that time was my arrogance. So I guess in a sense because I was like, I'm gonna get myself out of this hole. Like I'm just fucking around. Like that was my whole idea was I'm where I'm at. I'm where I'm at right now because I was fucking around. I was messing around. I wasn't being genuine. I wasn't being real. I was just screwing around. I was being a dumbass kid. And then I found my wife. I moved in with her. Even when I moved in with her, I had a job that I was making freaking $7 an hour. You know, like that was it. And I was like, oh, I'm good with that. Like I'll survive off that. She's like, really? Like she's the one who
Your
kind of
girl,
helped me be better. And was like, but you're
your
somewhat
girl,
you
a
got
real one.
so what's
Your
up?
girl, a real one.
I'm gonna share some real shit with you too, Stoic. I want you to just take this in consideration. I'm not saying this is law or anything, but like what you asked him, was he 100%? When I met my wife, I was not 100%, right? But me getting with my wife helped me develop different things that I was missing. You know, if you get with the right person, I'm gonna use the
Right,
phrase
yeah,
at the
that's
right
what
time.
I
You know,
I wasn't communicating that properly. Exactly what we're saying is she helped
yeah,
me evolve into like I needed her, but I didn't realize I needed her.
and so I wouldn't just close out the possibility. Like, don't wait till you'll never look. This is I was talking about this a couple months ago. If you look at something that's perfect, right, it can't be judged until after it's finished, right? You ain't finished until you dead, bro. So you ain't gonna never be perfect. It ain't gonna be you who judge if you perfect or not, right? Because you're still building, evolving, you're still molding yourself. So when you dead and gone, then the people behind you will be like, you know, that was a perfect dude. But
Yeah.
when you're in the process of developing yourself, you will get to a certain point where until you experience someone else, you might not even know you got different levels. Like when women say they bring out certain things in men, it's true. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna sit up here and say a woman it takes a woman to build a man. I'm not gonna say that, but what I'm telling you is if you get with the right woman, bro, she will help you evolve into something that you had no idea you can be. You
Right.
know,
Yeah.
she will help you with that, bro.
It takes the right woman to complete
The
her
right
man.
woman.
The right
That's it
woman
right
to
there.
complete her man, not build him up to complete him. Like
No, to complete him.
I was with women that I lusted after. There was one woman I actually thought I was going to propose to her. I almost made that grand mistake of being like, "This is the one for me," because it was all lust. I was in my head. I was crazy. Like, but when it's the one, like I can't like I know it sounds gay and it sounds kind of like rom-com stupid like romance novel shit, but like
You
you
know, bro.
literally feel it. Like it's not anything like it's like nothing you felt before. You know when she's the right one. And when she is, like the things that she and you do together are gonna far surpass anything that you could imagine you can do by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Far
Okay, but
And that
surpass.
shit.
time. But as you get older, time becomes a factor, right? So, how much time do you spend on one trying to figure it out?
I look at this. Look at the results. Look at what like this is what I learned. But bro, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I done dealt with a lot of females, and it's two females. My wife and this girl I dated when I was younger. She ended up passing away. If she didn't pass away, I would have definitely married her. And some of the same, she brought some of the same things out of me that my wife did. It's like you would get around. Like I don't like when you be with a woman and you start thinking like, is they doing this, are they doing that? When you with the right one, them thoughts don't even come in your head. You know, them you'll be willing to run through a wall because you know you're making a path for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Is different thing probably for different
Right.
people.
It's
Different
hard.
people feel different ways.
It's hard
It
to
is hard
answer.
to
Yeah, it's hard
it's
to
hard.
answer Stoic how much time you should spend on a specific woman
Oh
because
shit!
especially
You scared
in
me.
my personal situation, my wife I first started hanging out with my wife, she told me she wasn't interested in me. She told me there was no way she'd ever be with me, and I took that as a
Mm,
personal challenge. So I spent a little extra time, but that's
mm,
how like I think like in that time in that moment when she shot me down. I was like, something clicked in me, and I've said this on other panels too before. Something clicked in me, and I thought, like, that's when my wife turned me down is when I knew I was gonna marry her. And it sounds so corny as hell, but that's what it was. When she was like, "Nah, you're not my type," I was like, "Bet, bet, you're about to marry me, and you don't even know it yet."
Yeah. Okay. So from my perspective, right, I can put my feet in your shoes and understand,
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
not having that family or whatever. But
yeah.
me being single, I see a lot of families that they use love. We have children, we have a house, we have a family, that they hate each other. They they feel tied to responsibility, and a lot of people aren't happy in these uh, uh in this household. But
Yeah.
a lot of people a lot of people say, yeah, I have my kids, I have my love, but they're not really happy.
Yeah, no,
And
those are the ones that got together for the wrong reasons. Those are the ones that got together for the kids. Those are the ones that are like, "Oh, our relationship's falling apart. Let's have kids to fix it." Like those are the ones that they were doomed to begin with. In the end, the relationship itself was broken well before the marriage even got started. In my
yeah,
opinion, in most of those
this
situations.
yeah, I would say this is 80% of the population. A lot of people aren't happy, right?
I
And
wouldn't
that,
say no, no. I would argue it's actually I wouldn't argue that it's that much. Maybe it seems like that. I would say maybe that's like 40% of the pop. I'll say 50 because the divorce rate's 50-50. So I'll say 50% of the populations. It's just they're that much louder than the ones that are happy.
yeah, I was about to say, usually undesirable things are more profound than people tend to look at bad things versus the good things. But I'm gonna tell you, I gotta jump off. My son just woke up. I'm putting him back to
All right.
sleep. But it's something very profound. Someone told me when I was about to get married to my wife. This older guy, he said, "Look, I know y'all ain't got kids yet, but do not prioritize your kids over your wife because they go get older and they go leave the house, and the only thing you got left is one another. So
Mm-hmm.
don't allow the kids to be more important than what y'all built, because if what you building with your wife is significant, the kids are going to benefit from it. But if it's not, the kids are going to be hurt from it. You see what I'm saying?" And that was so profound to me when he said that, because when after he said that, I began to look and observe, and I'm like, damn, this is why people are unhappy, because not only did they get together for the wrong reasons, but they end up having families, and the effect that they had by divorcing or just having a toxic relationship, the kids are affected by that too. So it's important. I will argue, find your complementary piece versus someone that's compatible with you. I did a show on that. I might redo another one. But finding that piece that complements you, finding that woman that makes you better, finding that man that makes you better is more beneficial than finding someone that's similar to you, because people grow, bro. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you grow together, and sometimes you grow apart.
Well,
So
amazing, amazing. That's amazing.
But all right, we appreciate you having me up. Appreciate the
any
hospitality, bro. It was awesome.
any
Thanks for the conversation, Stoke. Awesome.
Hey,
And we'll catch y'all
nice
next
to
time,
chat
man.
with you.
Hey man, I appreciate y'all, man. And I appreciate everybody in the chat. I know it's some people that I miss. If I didn't highlight you, I apologize. I don't be trying to ignore people. But when you had a full panel, sometimes it's hard to go through the chat, and I be moving a lot. But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all helping me build this, man. Become part of the community, man. That's what we do. We have dialogues like this where we can build and grow. And I think there's a lot of topics that, it'll benefit people, where they can take not everything, but you can take something and apply it to your life. Like Ozzy was saying, he like having conversations where when he get off here, he can take something and apply it. So that's my intent, when I come on here. And it was somebody in the chat that said something very dope, and I appreciate it. It was saying we know fake, and I believe it was "Are you crazy?" You know, I appreciate that, bro, because when I come on here, bro, I can only be me. You know, I don't be trying to come on here to impress nobody. There's a lot of shit about me that I probably can use for a flex that I never do because that's not why I'm coming on here. You know, I'm not coming on here to flex on nobody to try to make it seem like I got it all figured out because I don't. I'm still learning shit, still growing. And I believe anybody can contribute something to my life personally, you know, because the shit I don't know, shit y'all experience that I may never experience. And if I'm humble enough, I can learn from anybody. So I appreciate y'all. And that's the kind of community I'm trying to build over here. And it ain't easy, bro, because, you know, we can be entertaining and have fun. You know, I love doing that shit too. I love smiling and laughing. So, but I just don't do the disrespectful shit. So I appreciate y'all coming over here and helping me build that decorum, you know. I don't try to censor nobody. I just say, you know, just let's be respectful as possible because once people get in defensive stances, then it's you know, it's not going to lead to nothing beneficial for nobody. You know, it's just going to be bickering and arguing. So I'd rather have conversations like this where people can actually take something from. So I appreciate y'all for that, bro.
Yeah, happy to support, and I love what you got going. So, yeah, I want to see it grow.
Yeah, with y'all help, bro. I think I'm yeah, we definitely go do that. You know, I just got to keep finding people like y'all, man, willing to have these. You know, some of these conversations be tough, man. I think I appreciate that conversation that we indulged in earlier about race, and I think that was profound. I thank you for sharing too, Blackout. You know, because you know, like I say, you know, your experience for me, you know, I'm not gonna downplay it because I can learn from it and I can get understanding and a different perspective because a lot of times people think just because you white, your life easy. You know, they don't take in considerations a lot of the strife and the things you have to overcome. You know, when you hear single mother, a lot of times they associate that to black families, right? But you stating you white, you came from the same, and the things you had to endure and the lessons you learned and how you overcame that adversity and created something different for your family is amazing. And it's similar, like, bro, I had a stepdad in the house and it was probably worse having him in the house than not having somebody there.
Yeah, me too. I had a stepdad too who was abusive. So yeah, no, I totally get it, bro. Like totally, 100%. I get it. My dad spent much of my childhood in prison, like everything, bro. I totally get it.
And see, this is the thing, like having conversations like this, like even with my wife, like people be like, oh, because y'all ain't the same race, is it a lot of, man, it's a lot of similarities, bro. There's more similarities than differences. Like, and just having a conversation with you, we had a lot of similarities, bro. But people tend to focus on the difference.
Literally just comes down to being genuine and being a real person.
Yeah,
that's what
man.
it is. That's what brought me to this channel too. Like, yeah, I came with Easy. I watched him, but that's what made me sub was in the conversations that you've had with Speakeasy. You've only been a real, genuine person. You've never like tried to stifle him. Like so many times, we go somewhere and people kick him, they mute him, they whatever, all because they don't understand what he's saying, or they think he's being too mean. It's just like, nah, you just gotta understand Speakeasy. And since the very first time he came up, you gave him voice, you gave him a chance to speak. You was like, nah, everybody shut up, just let the guy talk, and we'll see what he's gonna say. Like, and that's what I thought was really cool and really awesome. Was it showed like you're just a genuine dude, just trying to have conversations. You're gonna let everybody talk and have an equal say in things, and you're not gonna just take one viewpoint. And that's what made me sub up for sure.
And I just learned to listen, bro. And it's really an acquired skill. You know, everybody think they listening, but they truly only hearing because you see how reactive they become off of a word. And when he speak, you know, a lot of times he's confident in what he says, and people may take what he say out of context, and he may use a word where people are emotionally triggered. But if you listening, man, the dude got knowledge, man. Like you can learn from what he said. Like when he was like, if you go back and listen when he was pushing back on racism, you have to listen to the full context of what he was saying, because people heard him saying like, this ain't racist, that ain't racist, and then people got, like I said, they got capricious, they got impulsive, like, no, that's right. And he was like, nah, bro, I'm not saying it don't exist. What I'm saying is, if you go around saying everybody a racist, you won't be able to identify the real ones.
Right.
But you have to listen to them to understand the context. You know, you have to listen. So, yeah, Speak is like I said, I watch Speak a lot. I think he a very intellectual. His intellectual prowess is admirable, bro. I enjoy listening to him talk. You know, he got his own uniqueness, how he articulate his thought, and it's art to me, bro. It's art, and I appreciate it. You know, everybody got different roles, bro. Like I said, Speak do what he do well. I do what I do well. You know, so even though it's different, we can still collaborate and bring information to people and make great content. You know, just because we different don't mean we can't find a common ground on how we can build. Like if he told me to come over there, I probably won't participate in a verbal combat. But if he say, "Hey, come on the panel, we talking about this," and we just want to go back and forth, I'd be willing to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And like people say, he have, you know, a laid back chill stream. I go up there, you know, and talk to him. But no, I enjoy what he do. I think his art. I see his creativity and the way he structured things, and it's dope, bro. I think it's dope.
Definitely, for sure.
All right, Word. You going to bed? What's happening? We good to end the show now on a good word.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Y'all rocked out with me, bro. I didn't even think I was gonna be on this long, but
Hey, that's
anytime
the
you have a
longest.
conversation like this, bro, you gotta rock out, man.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I love the conversation. I love the talk. Love the reflecting. Because on live, we've been saying a lot of things, but it's got to take time to actually comprehend what we say
Mm-hmm.
to each other, right? Like a lot of people say a lot of fire, and I got to really think about it. But the chat and the talk, the train, it just goes along without you.
Yeah, I don't take Speak as a troll. Like Speak is what he presents himself as. He likes to debate. When he come in, like when he hit my link, sometimes I go back and listen to what he said before he came on. But I know Speak coming, you know, he coming with fire. You know, that's just
Right.
who he is. You know, I appreciate people for who they are, bro. I don't expect people to be nothing than who
Yeah,
they are. And
is he good? He's actually good. You may not like what he say, but I rock with you too, Melanie. You have a lot of good things to say, and I think y'all like each other just going at each other. Y'all have fun. Y'all have fun when you do that. I feel like, but
they're
yeah,
perfect adversaries for one another.
100%.
They perfect adversaries. The protagonist and
Batman
the
and
antagonist
Joker.
to each other's story. Yeah.
Yeah, the Batman and Joker.
You know, I actually got people like that on here. People get upset because it's certain things you have to do to get under my skin. And so many people try it, and it's like, bro, I will just fucking ignore someone. Like, you ain't even worth my time. But it's certain things you can do to get under my skin. But when you get under my skin, then I'm locked on your ass like a pit bull, and I ain't gonna stop shaking until I'm satisfied. So I try
I
not
don't
to
believe.
put myself in
I
that
don't,
position.
yeah, I don't believe words can ever hurt you. Word. Hey, you speak in parables, so the type of language that people use to you know, yeah, I know you.
Yeah, you know what? It's not even the words. I focus more on the person's intent. You know, and like I said, it's not a lot of things. Like I lost my cool on Wild Hearts channel one day, and it was a lot of shit. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay,
I lost my cool because I was trying to put my kids to sleep. I was trying to, and it's like, you came after my character and my business, and at that time, I wasn't I didn't have full control over my emotions because I'm trying not to be upset at my kid. But then this motherfucker talking shit. And it's like, who the fuck you think you talking to, bro? Like, nah, you coming after my business. But after I reviewed it, I was like, I learned from that. So this might not be the ideal time to hit a panel, especially when I know I have some the certain type of people on the panel who, but any other day I would have had fun with them. I would have just played with them and had fun. But that day I just wasn't there. I was having, and I suffer from chronic migraines. I got a shunt in my head, bro. And like even right now, when it rained, I got to drink coffee, and I don't really like taking pain pills. But you know, when you got the physical pain, it was just a lot of shit going on, and I blew my top. You know, I fucking blew my top. But then I recognize I put myself in that position, so it's just accountability. You know, it's not really the people; it's more me.
Exactly.
More me.
Yeah. I was gonna say it wasn't Ironheart that got you there. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it was a win for Ironheart. It was a win for Ironheart and a loss for you, but
yeah. And you know, I know how to take my L's and lick my wounds, and you know, accountability. I don't even. I focus more on responsibility, but when it's time, I can be accountable. I will definitely hold myself accountable. You know, but I focus on just being more responsible, so I don't have to be accountable. You know, that's what I try to focus on. But man, this was fucking fire. This could be one of my favorite shows. I appreciate y'all, man.
Appreciate your word. Thanks for having me out, man. Really.
Oh, for sure, bro. Anytime, man. Y'all more than welcome, bro. If the link ain't dropped, usually even when I got content that I want to speak on, I usually talk like, bro, I can knock out anything I got to say within 10, 15 minutes. And then I usually open a panel. So if y'all see me talking sometimes and it's like 30 minutes to an hour, and you want to hit the link, bro, just tell me, because sometimes I forget. You know, they call me poor little Tink Tink. So yeah, sometimes I forget to drop the link, but definitely let me definitely feel free to hit the panel anytime. Like I said, after the first 30 minutes, I got the content. I haven't clipped nothing in a long time, but usually I try to say whatever I need to say within 30 minutes, and that way I can put it on different platforms. But if the link ain't dropped, you come in and you see it's past that 30 minutes to an hour, and you want to hit the link, just let me know, bro. I have no problem dropping it, because I love that's the only reason I hit live, really, is to have these conversations. Other than that, I just be making uploads and going about my business. But this is what I like.
Oh yeah. All right, you guys have a great night.
You too.
All right. Thanks, Word. I'll drop out too as well. I'll listen to your outro. Love the outro.
Yeah, shout out to my boy Mentexo. He made a beat. He made a couple other beats for me. I just got to put the visuals to it, but I'm probably gonna work on that this weekend. Probably work on some of that this weekend. So I'm gonna have some more visuals, more little fun shit to play. But yeah, I clip Ozzy too, so I got to make a drop out of that. Gary, you still woke, bro? Did you just wake up again? By the way, if there is a Discord, I'd love to join. I got a Discord. I haven't updated it yet. I got a lot of things to do within that Discord, but I'm gonna have like different. You know, I know a lot of people. Some people into religions. Like I welcome everybody. If you're atheist, if you're religious, if you're spiritual. You know, I welcome any. I'm more about practicing versus looking at what's right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm more about practicing things. So it's different aspects of religion that I incorporated and practice into my daily life. There's different aspects of spirituality I incorporate. You know, so I talk about the chakras. I get 3 more chakras to talk about unlocking, and then after I talk about unlocking the chakras. So even if you're not into it, I think the way I put it, I take the woo-woo out of it and make it tangible, you know, something that we can apply. So even within spirituality, I use psychology a lot of times to explain different aspects of spirituality. So, you know, just a different perspective, another way you can look at it. A lot of that is on the members only. So You can catch a lot of those lives. The chakra system is on the members only. So if y'all been gifted a membership or if you bought one, if you're bored, take some time out and look at that. I got some stuff on there about shadow work. I think I actually got to hit a couple more points. And, I use philosophy a lot too. So to explain different aspects of religion or spirituality. So I use psychology and philosophy because those are the more physical things that most people are aware of or have an understanding of, to translate some of the metaphysics or spiritual aspects. They all connected, believe it or not. They all connected. Say the biggest bad faith debate troll on YouTube. Pretty funny how it's literally in your. Oh yeah. Commander, you really reporting to HR what I missed? Yeah, I feel Andrew and I are actual equals. I wasn't joking. It's legit embarrassing. You'd rather debate Andrew Wilson, bad faith debater, though. Hit us with the beats. Yeah, so y'all know what I always say. Care about how you feel. These are the conversations to build nation. And if I say anything that resonate with you, do me a favor. Hit that share button. Tell somebody. Help me spread the word. But until next time, we out. Oh, that's not the button. My bad. Hold on. That's the button.
What up, 9?
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
As the 9% and word would say, make a better you, a better us.
Who do you think you are? I'm the word. I'm the one who put in the work.
Get you a word. Nana boo boo.